Hey everyone, welcome to this course on business analysis. Now today, organizations do not just need ideas, they need the right people who can identify business needs, work with stakeholders, define requirements clearly, and recommend solutions that create real value. And that is exactly why business analysis has become so important skill. And for professionals who want to grow in this field, CBAP is one of the most recognized certification that shows strong knowledge of business analysis practices and frameworks. So in this course, you will be learning the key concepts of business analysis based on the BABOK Guide V3 framework, where we will be covering the core knowledge areas, important techniques, exam-related concept, and practical applications used by business analysts in real projects. So whether you are preparing for the CBAP exam or simply want to strengthen your business analysis understanding, this course will give you a solid foundation. Let's look at the agenda. First, we'll understand the CBAP certification, including the exam structure, eligibility application process, and course requirements. Next, we'll be exploring the fundamentals of business analysis, including the BACCM model, the 6 BABOK knowledge areas. Next, we'll move into key areas like planning, monitoring, elicitation, collaboration, strategy analysis, and requirements. After that, we will cover important business analysis techniques like brainstorming, interviews, SWOT analysis, root cause analysis, and many more. And finally, we will look at real-world case studies and project work that will help you apply these concepts in a very practical way. Also, if you're interested in boosting your career in business analysis, do not forget to check out our AI-powered Business Analyst course. Now, this course is perfect for professionals who are looking to enhance their skills with the latest tools like Power BI, Excel, SQL, or while gaining hands-on experience with real-world projects. Also, you'll be learning how to leverage generative AI for smarter, faster decision-making. Our program is IIBA BABOK V3 aligned, and it will help you prepare for certifications like CBAP, CCBA, where you will engage with 10 plus industry projects, 40 plus practical activities, and benefit from live online sessions led by experts. Plus, with Simplilearn's Job Assist, you will be getting the support you need to land your next big role. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. The course link is mentioned below. So before we get started, here's a quick quiz question. Which of the following is one of the 6 core concepts in the BACCM model? Your options are budget, context, coding, or marketing. Let me know your answers in the comment section below.
So let's start with the first topic for the day. Let's discuss what is business analysis. You all can see here 71% of the failed software projects are traced to poor requirements globally. What do you all think is the major reason behind this huge percentage? Just look at this percentage, only 29% is a success rate. Just 29%. The main reason is assumptions, emotions, and other aspects. Those should not be part of your analysis work. Analysis should be purely based on the factual evidences. Analysis should be based on your research, exploration, investigation, and there is no scope of assumption when we are doing an analysis. Imagine if I ask this question that why 45-year-old woman? Swati says, I have done the historical analysis. I know that this woman is the CEO of this company. She has got ample of experience. This boy is still in school. So my preference is this woman. But was that information given in the case study? No. So here you all should have asked this question that we need more information. More information with regard to what exactly is the benefit, why we have to explain this. More information regarding their educational qualification, their background, what they are doing currently. So meaning to say, it's an important thing to understand the business needs, get a strong hold over the existing behavior, understand the context, that is what context we're trying to bring about the change, understand the existing behavior, functionalities, processes, infrastructure, and all such things would then help you come up with the solution. Most of you were coming up with the solution based on assumptions with no factual evidences to support your argument. And that's the first thing that we need to inculcate. We need to start working in, or you may say, start to accept that it's an important thing for us to collect the factual evidences first. Second point, you all can see here on your screen, everyone, 40% of the effort in an average software project is in fixing errors. Why do you all think we have errors in any project? What's the main root cause of the errors in any project? What's the main reason of issues or defects in any project? Assumptions, incomplete analysis. Yes, you don't understand the business needs. Yes, you have not gathered all the required information and you jump to the solution. No proper testing. Jashi is blaming testers and saying BA is the perfect person, but testers are causing you problems. Yes, but testers are dependent on you for the requirements. If your requirements are not clear, then you cannot blame the testers. Yes, so don't blame testers. Put the blame on the BA first and then the testers. Yes. Okay. Requirement is half cooked, improper testing and documentation leads to all such things. Yes. And you all can see here requirements defects. And Arifullah is saying that sometimes change in the business requirement is also a reason. So in a way, you're trying to blame the business users for this thing. It is one of the factor, yes, but you would agree with me, Arifullah and others. This is something beyond our control to make those things like if business keeps on changing the things. There's something that we can restrict, but some few things are beyond our control. But the thing that's in our control is to do proper detailed analysis, gain proper understanding of the requirements, understand the business needs. Maybe then your business users will not come up with additional requirements more frequently. Maybe you'll be able to win their trust. Yes. So if you're more organized, if you're more structured in your analysis, if you're able to win the trust of your business users, you may find even the improvement at their end as well. That happens. I've seen this thing, I've experienced this in my projects. That if you are not organized, they're also not organized. They means the business user. But if you are coming with more structured approach, even they're also more structured accordingly. Yes. So in our live sessions, everyone, we will talk about some standard set of practices. We will talk about few important tools and technologies, few important techniques. Those may help you improve on business analysis capabilities. Those will help you provide a complete solution in accordance with the given set of business requirements. Doing the analysis in such a manner that you're able to provide an end-to-end solution. End-to-end solution would help you solve the business problems, make them realize benefits, and the solution would be regarded as a valuable solution, a sustainable solution, usable for the purpose. So all such things we'll discuss in detail in our live session. Business analysis body of knowledge will discuss in detail from chapter number 10 till the last chapter. 50 techniques, 30 important tasks, 6 knowledge areas, 6 underlying competencies. These all would help us come up with a very organized approach, use some standardized templates, sort of important modeling notations. Those may help us come up with a better solution, a complete solution for the given business problems. So this is the first thing to start with everyone. And this was about having these W's on your screen. W's means you are asking questions to gain more clarity, gain more and more information. You are able to draw out, explore, identify the information that is relevant to the change. And that's the purpose of having these W's here. But if you observe here, there is one very important W missing here. This is known as 5WH criteria, but one W is missing. Which W is missing, everyone? Who? And who represents your stakeholders. So we will talk about the stakeholders. Yes, not only the business users. Business users are part of the stakeholder group. The stakeholders can also include your technical experts, your quality experts, and others. Okay, so we will talk about the stakeholders as who in detail, how to capture the stakeholder requirements, and how stakeholder requirements act as a strong bridge in between the business requirements and the solution requirements. So this was about everyone the five WH criteria. The next thing on your screen, everyone, is you all can see here one maroon color or you can say red color lens on your screen. What do you all think is the use of this lens when you're doing your analysis? Why at all we have this lens here? Delve deeper, Devraj is saying, get into the groove of the things, deep dive. Okay, I'll take you all back to your 8th standard physics or science subject. 8th standard science, if I talk about any lens, what are the two important characteristics or properties of any lens? Some of you will be thinking, are we in an analysis session or science session? Yes? No, I'm asking about the two characteristics. One is the magnifier, another name for it is magnifier, zoom in and zoom out. Another thing is focus. What you are mentioning here is something linked with magnification to dwell deeper, to bring in more transparency. Nobody's talking about this another feature that is focus. Focus on what? Focus, everyone, should be purely 100% on the requirements with no implementation biasness, everyone. No implementation biasness simply means you are into a liaising role. Yes, you are focusing, as Malik is mentioning, on the solution and the needs, and you are not influenced. You're not influenced by a particular stakeholder group. You are a neutral observer, bridging the gap amongst all the stakeholders. You're focusing on the solution. You're trying to come up with a complete solution in accordance with business needs with no implementation biasness. Sometimes what happens is generally BAs come from the technology background or techno-functional background, so they are more inclined. We have to, I'm not saying that we don't have to consider it. You have to talk to them, you have to understand their ambiguities and their challenges, but at the same time, that won't be a compromise with the system or solution quality. I'm not saying that you won't consider their request, you'll turn a deaf ear to what they are saying. The only thing is, their suggestions, their recommendations should not cause any compromise with the solution quality. Okay, their solution should make your solution align with the technology, but not any compromise with the solution or the, you may say, components of the solutions. The first very important thing to start with, and that is 5WH and this process centric lens. I'll summarize what we have discussed so far. So, we have started with a discussion wherein I mentioned that for any BA, it's an important thing to perform research, exploration, investigation, apply 5WH analysis with, with minimal scope of assumption. No assumption your business analysis go. That she is old, so she has experience. Somebody is new, so he won't be able to do the things. No. It's all about your analysis results, your evidences, those help you take a better decision. Second thing is this process-centric lens. This lens would help you dig deeper into the given problem, break down the complex requirement to smaller fragments, do the analysis at a more atomic level. And when you're doing your detailed analysis, you have to talk to different people and you have to focus on the objectives when you talk to them and not get influenced by them. If you get influenced by them, if you are inclined towards some stakeholder group, that may lead to a solution that is implementation biased or business users biased, and biasness may lead to several errors or issues. So this was about the 5WH. So W is missing here. The purpose is to make you all think and ask such questions. Okay, everyone. I hope everybody is with me till this point. 5WH and the process centric lens. Shall we move ahead and talk about defining needs? Everyone. Next thing is everyone, defining needs. Now, when we talk about needs, everyone, needs can be in the form of problems to be solved, or needs can also be in the form of opportunities to grow. So it's about doing your detailed analysis to a process-centric lens, defining needs, recommending solutions that enables change, and this change helps in continuous improvement. Let's take one example, everyone, to understand what are the enablers and why enablers are so important, how they help you bring about the change. Law and others. For example, if I say the current state or the as is state is, I'm talking about the Unilever project, one example from the Unilever project. Current state is that the Unilever employees they're going to the cafeteria to have lunch or to have food. This is the current state. And the future state or the change is that you have your mobile phone, you have your cell phone, smartphone, and you're having one app there as canteen ordering system, and you're ordering a meal online. Imagine, Law, if you were a BA, imagine a business analyst, and you have to ensure that nobody is going to the cafeteria and everybody is using this canteen ordering system app to order the food. How you'll enable this change? What are the necessary steps? Those may help you ensure that people accept this change. Employees are ordering the food online and nobody is going to the cafeteria to have food. How you'll enable this change, everyone? One of my learner in one of my morning batch, India hours, had to say that shut down the cafeteria and they'll have no other option than to go and order the food online. Is this enabler to shut down the cafeteria? Are we in the Hitler's era? Yes. No. We're not in the Hitler era, we're not in 1930s and 40s. By giving discounts, offers, and you all would agree with me, this may also include proper training. You have to train your employees how to use it. Yes, training, mentoring, usability aspects, a good application to use, and offers, discounts. Yes, and saying on a very good point that take a tally of those that prefer eating in canteen and come up with certain important offers for them so that it encourages them to use the new app. Yes, so enablers, everyone, are all those important transition requirements. Projector is saying, is admin allowed to eat food at the workplace? So that may be part of the policy. You may come up with certain important policies. Yes, so that may be the details around your solution requirements, loyalty promotions. So in a way, everyone, I can understand now that you all are very clear with this topic here, enablers. Enablers are all those important transition requirements. Those may help you, those may help your organization transition to a new future state without any glitch. It's a hassle-free and a smooth transition to a new future state. We all need more examples to understand this thing. Let's take one more example or two more examples. We all have witnessed the COVID-19 crisis. Yes. If I talk about the COVID-19 example, everyone, most of us were working from office. Yes, but during the COVID-19 crisis, what happened? Was that possible to work from office? No. So there was a change, and the change was work from home. This became very popular all across the world. Yes, since we have learned from different geographies, this happened everywhere, work from home. What was the biggest enabler here, everyone? What was the biggest enabler that helped us transition to this new future state, Projecta and others? What was the biggest enabler? The biggest enabler was the internet. The biggest enabler was the assets like laptops allocated to everyone. Yes, and even few companies, I don't know about the others, but in my company, they provide a reimbursement to purchase the table, chair, and everything. Even for the pen and copy that we use, for everything we got the reimbursement. I don't know how many of you got the reimbursement for tables and chairs. Yes, so table, chair, yes, they are giving us some bottles and everything to laptop and everything. So what are these important things? Phone bills, yes. And this is part of everyone business continuity plan. Yes, business continuity plan. You can see here, this was the business continuity plan, everyone. And before the COVID-19 crisis, when we used to have business continuity plan training sessions, people used to laugh. People had never imagined that these things may happen. But disaster recovery is a very important thing. So you can see here, this is one enabler. Enabler is all those important things. Those may help you have a successful, hassle-free transition to the new future state. I'll take one more example of the enabler so that it makes. So what we have discussed here, everyone, that business analysis is about research, exploration, investigation with the help of 5WH analysis. This research should be deep, detailed. You have to dig deeper into the given problem, get into the groove of the problem with the help of a process-centric lens. Process-centric lens signifies here that we are going to focus on the business objectives without any implementation biasness, without having inclination towards any solution delivery team. We are having a discussion We are acting as a strong bridge in between the business users and the technology experts. This will then help us define needs. Needs are needs are the form of problems or the opportunities to be solved. This will then help us once we understand the needs, we can then recommend the solution based upon different types of analysis like feasibility, gap, risk, impact, financial, and other types of analysis. Once we arrive at a solution, the solution would help us then bring about a change with the help of enablers. Enablers are all those transition requirements. Those may help us have a hassle-free and smooth transition to a new future state. And this change, when we are bringing in, this change will help us in continuous improvements with minimal number of defects since we have applied a structured and organized approach. So this is what we have discussed as the first topic, everyone. Now we have to start with the next topic, that is who is a business analyst. Let me share with you all one very important link. And I get this thing from people here that when I search something on Google, Google says something else. So if you have any doubt, everyone, or if you have anything difficult to understand, don't search on Google, search on batimes.com. Don't know how many of you know about this web application. batimes.com, especially people who are new to the analysis world, I request everyone to please click on this link and confirm. Is everybody able to access this link? batimes.com. Please check and confirm. You all can give me a thumbs up if you're able to access this link. batimes.com, everyone, is a very good and a reliable resource for any business analyst. You all can see here there are a lot of articles for you all to read. There are a lot of templates that you all can use in your projects. There are a lot of events, webinar, conferences, communities, bookstore. You may find a book from your trainer in few months. I'm pushing them to add my book as well, resources. Now, next time, if you have certain questions or if you're not clear with something, just search it here. The reason why I'm asking you all not to search on Google is because Google is fetching information from reliable as well as some resources. Those are not at all reliable. I can tell you this thing. Even this thing happens with Chat GPT as well. People search something on Chat GPT and they said in Chat GPT I found this thing and this is contradicting to what's in the BABOK guide. So it's an important thing that you look at the reliable sources, the relevant sources, the valuable sources, and don't pick in the garbage from the internet. So I request you all, and especially everyone, people who are new to the analysis world, if you all can take out some time from watching those irrelevant reels, just spend 15 to 20 minutes daily going through this application. Yes, spend 25 minutes, 15 minutes going through this the way you read newspapers. This is a newspaper for a BA. And I can tell you within 2 to 3 months, you'll analyze, you'll realize that you know so many things in the business analysis world. You have so many things to talk about in the business analysis world. So make an effective use of this thing. If you find something difficult to understand, you can search it here and you'll find so many good articles from so many good people all across the globe. Yes, so this is straight from the horse's mouth. This is something that IABA acknowledges and IABA recommends. Even I'm recommending this thing as a senior trainer. So make an effective use of batimes.com. Who is a business analyst? Now, here you all can see here different color bubbles here. We'll focus on this third one first, and we'll talk about the most important thing, that is requirements elicitation. Elicits the needs from the key stakeholders, performs the elicitation. Now, let's talk about requirements elicitation in detail. Let's see what is requirements elicitation, how it is carried out, what's the practical significance behind it. And I'll share with you all one story now. That story is something very much linked with your requirements recitation. So let's listen to this story and see how many of you are able to tell me the moral of this story. Yes. Now, everyone, before I share that story with you all, we are talking about the who is a business analyst. And there is one very basic thing that I want to start with and discuss with you all before I narrate that story to you all. The topic is the important discussion item is very basic thing. One thing is responsibility. Another thing is accountability. Very popular in any project. Responsible stakeholders, accountable stakeholders. What do you all think, especially people who are new to the analysis world? There's a major difference between a responsible person and an accountable person. Or do you all think it is one and the same thing? So the first topic is we are talking about who is a business analyst. And here it's an important thing for us to know the responsibility and how it is different from accountability. So let's talk about the responsibility versus accountability, everyone. As per the BABA guide, responsibility can be defined as a sole ownership. That is, a responsible stakeholder will perform the assigned task directly. It means owning the task, working on it, and ensuring the completeness of the given task. Responsible person is regarded as somebody who is carrying the cross on his shoulders. That is, you are doing the execution. You are the owner and directly working on the task. Like BA is responsible to perform requirements gathering. BA is responsible to perform 5WH. Accountability can be defined as answerability. It is about the peripheral involvement. What is peripheral involvement, everyone? You are not doing the things, but you ensure that the things are done in appropriate manner. You are tracking, monitoring, and performing the evaluation. Accountability also includes providing a better environment wherein responsible stakeholders can work effectively and come up with required outputs. But ideally, it will be a good practice if somebody else is accountable so that you can cross check, verify, and come up with better quality deliverables. That's the difference between everyone responsibility versus accountability. So, in simple terms, somebody is doing the things, he is responsible for those things. Somebody is tracking, monitoring, evaluating, providing better environment. At the end, he or she is answerable for those things. That makes him accountable. Now, let's talk about, since we are clear with responsibility versus accountability, now let's focus on this topic, everyone, and that is who is a business analyst. And here we'll talk about the responsibilities of the business analyst. We'll talk about the responsibility, and one of the major responsibility, what I think Shivangi, you are mentioning a few minutes back, gathering the requirements, doing the analysis, and that is something linked with requirements elicitation. Let's see what is requirements elicitation, how it is carried out with the help of one example. And this example is from a very popular book. I don't know how many of you have read this book, how many of you have heard of this book. I was fan of this book. I used to read this book a lot during my school days. And the name of this book is Arabian Nights. Yes, people from the Gulf countries, from the oil-rich nations can easily relate with this book, Arabian Nights. Yes. And the good thing with this book is there are a lot of stories. Those may inspire you, yes, to work efficiently as a business analyst. So in this book, there was one story. There was one story that can be that can be easily linked with requirement solicitation. So let me narrate that story to you all, and then I'll ask you all the moral of this story. Yes, everyone. So in those days, in that part of the world, I'm talking about the Arabian world, there used to be one Khalifa. I'll just use the common terminology as king, although king is not equivalent to Khalifa, but one king, I'll say. Okay. There was one king, and he had three detectives. Three detectives. Their names were Arabic, but I'll just make it simple for you all as D1, D2, and D3. These detectives can be considered as a modern day business analyst. And these detectives were gathering requirements for this king. They were having some very good experience. They were providing some very valuable information to the king. This helped this Khalifa, this king, to run his kingdom in a very proper manner, understanding the concerns of people of his country and all such things. One fine day, D1 and D2 got to know through some sources that D3 is getting much higher salary, much better compensation, and above all, they realized that he is getting huge respect in the eyes of the king. Now, D1 and D2 were not happy with this thing because they had similar work experience, similar ways of working 24/7 for the king. So, D1 tried to express his anguish. He wanted to clarify these things with the king. So, he tried to reach out to the king and he was about to ask these questions. But king was a very smart person. He knew that D1 is going to come up with such questions. So, king said, before you ask your questions, I have one important task for you. Would you be able to accomplish this task? Would you be able to complete this activity that I'm going to assign to you? Now, this time, D1 took a prestige issue that whatever task he is going to assign it to me, I'll come up with the best possible result. So, king shares with him a scenario. King says that, as you know, D1, that we are kingdom K1 surrounded by kingdom K2 and K3. He said, yes, definitely yes. He said, we got to know that few vagabonds have entered into our kingdom from K2 side. There are few vagabonds here. I wanted you to do some analysis. I want you to help me know who are these vagabonds, why they are in our kingdom, and come up with all the details around these vagabonds. Given that I'll do this thing right away and share with you the information in a minimal time. Given went to that place, tried to locate and identify the vagabonds. Within few hours, he was able to locate them. He then had a discussion with those vagabonds, tried to get more information that why they are entering into this kingdom, what they are doing here. He also had a discussion with people around, and he also tried to understand whether people know more about them or not. So Devan had a discussion with the vagabonds. He had also a discussion with people around the citizens of the country. And he came back with some information. King said, do you have the information? He said, yes, king. These are few vagabonds passing by our kingdom and they're going to kingdom K3. He said, why they're going to kingdom K3? He said, because they're going to attend one marriage ceremony. So king said, then how much time do you think they'll require to come back? They said within 1 month, within 1 week, they'll come back and they'll go back to their original country K2. King said, how many men, how many women, are they carrying any instrument that may harm us? Devan said, I never inquired up to that level. I just know that these are the vagabonds. They're going to attend on very soon and come back within 1 month, 1 week's time. So king asked D1 to stand behind the curtains. Then D2 came in. D2 also had same set of questions for the king, and king assigned the same task to D2 as well. Now D2 went to that place, had discussion with these vagabonds, had discussion with people around, and D2 came up with a lot of information as compared to D1. King was asking several questions. D2 was answering all of them. D2 said, yes, these are few vagabonds passing by our kingdom. They are very jolly nature. They are singing songs. People loving their company. These many men, these many women. They don't have any instrument that may harm us. They are going to go to kingdom K3, come back. And all such details, in a very detailed manner, he was sharing with the king. And king was also so happy to gain these many details from D2. But then all of a sudden, D3 comes in. D3 was not looking comfortable. D3 had a fearsome face. D3 was in a hurry to share something with King. So D3 said, please stop then and there. Don't share these cock and bull stories with the king. This is not going to help us. I have some very urgent thing to share with King. Now, King was not happy with this attitude because King and D2 were having very good discussions. So King said, is that really very urgent? D3 says yes. That's why I've stopped in middle. My apologies for that. But I need a very quick discussion with you, a very urgent discussion with you. King asked D2 to stop for a while and says, since he had a huge respect for D3, he said, yes, please, you may go ahead and share the detail. King, when he was having a discussion with D3, D3 comes up with very surprising statements. D3 says that King, I was listening to what D2 was mentioning. These are not vagabonds. And this surprised everyone, D1 as well as D2 as well. Then King said, then who are these people? D3 said, these are enemies disguised as vagabonds. They are around 15 to 20 at present, but thousands of them, as per my analysis, as per my experiments, hit and trials, I know there are thousands of them hiding behind the bushes in the countryside here. These people are locating our important army positions. These people are trying to understand the different things that we're doing here, creating and defining some strategy. And these people are waiting for this instruction from these people, and they may attack our kingdom at any point of time. So instead of listening to these cock and bull stories, it's an important thing for us to alert our army, catch hold of these vagabonds, and then come up with a strategy to win the war against these people here. King listens to D3, he comes up with a proper strategy, and eventually they are able to win the war, and then again come up with the stabilized kingdom, and the story goes on from there. My question to you all is, what do you all think was the difference between the analysis that D3 has performed as compared to D1 and D2? Law is saying D1 and D2 are getting less salary. Less salary means less work. Yes, that's not the right thing to say. I think it's a lighter note. But my question to you all is, what is the moral of this story, Law? Why do you think D3 was able to come up with a better solution? How D3 was able to say that these are enemies, and why D1 and D2 were not able to predict this thing? Understand the problem. If you see here, everyone, you are missing one very important thing. You're missing one very important thing that I have discussed in this story here. Maybe you're like mesmerized by the Arabian Nights. Let me make it very clear. D1 and D2, their analysis was focused completely, was dependent. Everyone, if you all agree with me, in the story we just listened to, that we have discussed, D1 and D2, their analysis were completely dependent upon the information that they have gathered from vagabonds and people around. Can you depend 100% on your stakeholders for the information? The stakeholders may not know about the information. Yes or no? They are your own people, but they don't know that these are vagabonds or enemies disguised as vagabonds. But if you look at D3, D3 is performing requirements elicitation. He is talking to people. But along with that, he's also doing his own research. He's also performing certain experiments. So, moral of the story is it's an important thing. It's an important thing for a business analyst to perform requirements elicitation with the help of these three important pillars. Let's discuss the moral of the story now with the help of what's the new answer is. Everyone, moral of the story is to draw out, explore, and identify the information that is relevant to the change. Business analyst should focus upon three things: collaboration, that D1 and D2 did. They both collaborated with people around and vagabonds. But along with that, we also have to do our own research, look at the historically available information, look at the existing information, try to do some data analysis, try to do some exploration, and also perform experiments like hit and trials, prototyping. When we are doing all these three things, then it is requirements elicitation, and this will help you gain clarity around the requirements, and then you'll be able to come up with a better solution. So, moral of the story is that every BA must cry. Raphael, next time you get the requirement, start crying. And then if your manager says why you are crying, then tell him that in the CBAP certification program, the trainer was telling us to cry when you get the requirements. Crying means collaboration, research, and experiments would help you perform requirements elicitation in a very organized manner. For example, let's take one more example. Let us suppose I say, Vijendra, we have Raphael with us. Raphael and Vijendra maintain 100% attendance in the live session. Is this good enough for them to become a certified analyst? Is this just enough if you collaborate with me? No. You have to go through the BABA guide. You have to go through the class notes. You have to spend some time going through batimes.com. This is all your research. Go through the batimes.com, read the articles, go through the BABA guide. Do not completely rely on what you're getting from the trainer. Complete reliance may bring you to the same level as D1 and D2. But if you want to become a certified analyst like D3, you have to dig deeper into the BABA guide, go through the class notes, work on your projects on your own, not copy the projects. Those are already there in your Drive link. Yes, so requirements elicitation depends on three pillars. That was the moral of the story here: collaboration, research, and experiment. Now, experiments we'll discuss in detail with the help of some tools. We'll install and we'll talk about some important tools. Those may help us create prototypes and also perform hit and trials. Moral of the story is every BA must cry. Okay? When you just focus on collaboration, you are gathering the requirements. Sometimes they ask you this question in your job interviews, that what's the difference between requirements gathering and requirements elicitation. Would you be able to answer such question if they ask you in the job interviews? That what's the difference between requirements gathering and requirements solicitation? Requirements gathering primarily focuses upon a detailed discussion and engagement with your key stakeholders. But requirement solicitation encourage BA to not only collaborate but also do your own research and perform experiments to arrive at a better set of requirements and their corresponding solution. That's the moral of the story, everyone. Are you able to understand now what is requirement solicitation? Yes. So this is the moral of the story. You all have to remember CRE, collaborate, research, and perform experiments. Okay. So we have discussed about the requirement solicitation. Everyone, what we have discussed today as part of elicitation is just the basic discussion. We have a separate knowledge area, chapter number 4, is specific, very, very specific to this, what we discussed today. So how to cry loud, we'll discuss here. We'll cry here, loudly here. We'll cry here in a very detailed manner. So here you'll find all about crying in detail. Yes, so it's better to say that BA should perform requirement solicitation. Yes. Requirements. So let me add a red heart to this. So Shivangi is a very good point. So I'll not say it's better to say, it's better to practice requirement solicitation. Yes, if you'll just say it won't help. You have to practice this thing as a BA. Requirements gathering alone won't help you. You gather the requirements, it's good. You gathering the information is a good thing. I'm not saying I'm not against you having a discussion with stakeholders. You talk to them, it's good. But 100% dependency or reliance on what you get from the stakeholders is not a good thing. Cross validate, do the research, perform experiments. Yes, because you cannot assume that what they are getting from the stakeholders is 100% accurate. So, so that's the moral of the story. Elicit the requirements of the key stakeholders. The next thing is, everyone, discover, synthesize, analyze the information, investigate and clarify stakeholders' desires, determine issues and their causes. Last point is performs the tasks defined in the BABA guide. Our next topic, we won't be able to finish this topic today, but yes, we'll start with this topic today. The topic is stakeholders. The stakeholders, as we had discussed today in the first half on high level, stakeholders can be defined as an individual or a group that is directly or indirectly impacted by the need, change, or the solution. BA is going to talk to them, interact with them directly or indirectly. And you all can see here, everyone, there are few blue faces, happy faces. There are few orange or you may say pale yellow faces, lethargic, tired faces. These all are the stakeholders. Yes, perfect. This is a good answer. Thank you. These are external. These are the external ones. The blue faces are the external ones. These are the internal ones. But my next question to you all is, when we say internal or external, these are the relative terms. My question is external to what? Internal to what? The correct answer is solution delivery. People who are directly involved in developing a solution, people who are directly involved in creating a product, these all are these tired faces. That's why these are tired faces, because they are working day and night. They are the ones who are developing a solution. And why these are happy faces? Because these are the beneficiaries. They are the ones who are going to realize benefit. They are the ones who are going to use the solution. They are the ones who are external to it. They are the ones who are not involved in directly developing this product. So these are the internal, these are the external, these are the internal, and the reference point is the solution delivery. Why not organization? Organization would be the correct answer if you're just focusing upon the IT service industry. But don't you all think nowadays so many companies have their own captive units? It may be that you're working on some in-house product. So it's not always that your IT team is your service provider. IT team may also be part of your organization as well. Yes or no? That's why I said organization is not the point of difference. The reference point is the solution delivery, not the organization. Okay, everyone, with me on this thing? Yes? Let's start with our discussion now and let's discuss about these important stakeholders. First, a very popular, one very common question that I get from the learners is that what's the difference between the customer and the end user? Or these are one and the same thing? Let's discuss this thing with the help of few examples to understand the difference between the two. Who is the customer? Who is the end user for the internal team? And what's the major difference between the two? Okay. So let me take you all to your projects. Project number one, it is canteen ordering system for Unilever. Hamid and everyone else, in this project, canteen ordering system for Unilever, who is the customer for the solution delivery team and who is the end user? Unilever as an organization is paying for it. They have the legal rights. They are the ones who are owning this product. So Unilever is the customer. Whilst these 1,500 employees, till the time they are part of Unilever, they're able to access this application. They're using it. They're using it. They're operating it. So they are the end users. Similarly, if I talk about Madhuri and others, library management system for the Stanford University. Library management system for the Stanford. Here, Stanford University as an organization, as an educational institution, is acting as the customer for the development team because Stanford University has the legal rights, has the moral rights. They have purchased or they are paying for this product. But who is using it? Students, alumni, faculty, or staff. These all are the end users. If I talk about WhatsApp Pay, WhatsApp Pay is owned by the company Meta or the Facebook. But who is the end user? You and me, who are using this WhatsApp Pay, are the end users. Hospital management system for Mayo Clinic. Here, the Mayo Clinic is the customer having all those legal rights, whilst the medical staff, the patients, the doctors, the nurses, and everyone else, those all would be the end users. So this was the main difference between the two. Now, one of our learner is coming up with a very good question here that in some cases, customer may also act as the end user. When customer himself or herself start using the product, then he or she becomes the end user. For example, I'll take a very simple example. Let us suppose there's one company, Ford. Yes, Ford. And can anybody help me know what was the main business model of Ford? Why Ford as a company became so popular in US first? What was their business model? Business model was to come up with cheap cars, cheap in the sense with very low prices. Yes, the cars with low prices as compared to companies like you may say BMW, Mercedes, and others. So they came up with the business model to produce and manufacture the cars with lesser rates so that it's easily affordable to a common person. That's why it became so popular in US first and then different parts of the world. So Ford, if I talk about Ford as a company, and if I say today Isha or Pavni, they pay for this car and they become the owner for it. Yes, Isha and Pavni are sitting on the back seat and there is one driver driving it. Then Isha and Pavni are the customer for Ford and this driver is the end user. But there is no driver in this car and Isha and Pavni are themselves driving this car. Then Isha is customer as well as the end user for Ford. Are you able to understand this example? When in which all cases customers are also acting as end user. So somebody is paying for it and they're also using it. Then in such cases, customer is customer is equivalent to the end user. But in most of the cases, it happens that customer is purchasing it while somebody else is using it. Yes, so that's about the customer and the end user. Everybody with me on this thing, following this thing? Yes. Now let's talk about the last topic for the day and one last story to share with you all, and that's related to regulators. Since there are so many learners here joining from the North American region, so many people here from USA and Canada here. So I'll share one story from 20 years back. I'll take you all back to the year 2007 and 8. 2007 and 8, everyone, or I can include 9 as well. These 3 years are considered to be bad for the business all across the globe. This was a period of great recession. Yes, great recession. And can anybody help me know what happened in US in 2008 and 9? That was the major reason for the recession. Yes, it's also known as the subprime crisis. The subprime crisis, or as Vijayendra is mentioning here, the Lehman Brothers collapse. What was the main reason, everyone, behind the Lehman Brothers collapse? Especially people who are joining here from US. I was part of one of the European bank then, and we had a very strong relationship with this financial institution. Yes, housing market bubble somebody is talking about. Yes, what is the housing market bubble, everyone? What happened, everyone? I'll just make it very short since we're into last 15 minutes. Lehman, in those days, in that part of the world, I'm talking about the North American world, real estate business was at its peak. Most of the people all across the world were planning to settle in US. US was considered to be a heaven for people to live, and there was a mad race to leave their native nation and go to US and settle there. And what happened because of this, and also US government opened the doors for everyone that you all can come here, invest and live here, especially the skilled people. As a result of that, there was a huge, you may say, exponential rise in the real estate market. And Lehman Brothers thought of making a lot of investments in the real estate business. And they had huge investment in the real estate business. Due to some reasons, due to their some of their bad decisions, you may say, or some market speculations, they started to like lose the trust of their investors. People were not only people, but the corporates, the companies started to withdraw their investments from this financial institution. Even in my bank, wherein I was working as an operational, you may say somebody who's into business operations as a very, you may say, a new person in the corporate world, we witnessed that all of the people were like, all of the banks were willing to withdraw the investments from this Lehman Brothers. As a result, what happened was they were short of, you may say, funds, and I'll use one term from the banking world, liquidity. Liquidity was causing problems. They never had cash or cash equivalents to return to their investors. As a result, what happened was they started to sell their properties, their investments in real estate business. And then what happened? When they started to sell the things, there was a subsequent haircut in the real estate business. What is a haircut? What's the meaning of haircut in the real estate business, everyone? Haircut simply means when there is a significant drop in the prices of the real estate properties because somebody is selling it on a massive scale. Now, what happened was they were selling the things, they were not getting the actual price of what they had invested. As a result, they were not able to clear the debts, and then eventually they were declared bankrupt. Their bankruptcy led to the huge recession all across the globe. And then there is one place in Switzerland. Yes, the name is Basel. Some people say Basel here in India. There was one committee that was established. The name of the committee was BCBS, Basel Committee for Banking Supervision, and they came up with some important principles. And it was made mandatory for all the European banks. It was made mandatory for all the North American banks to follow those norms. There were clear instructions that if you don't follow these norms, your license will be revoked. And here in India as well, we all follow now. The Reserve Bank of India has accepted these norms. Here in India as well, we follow all these norms. So, what is the importance, everyone? What is the important significance of regulators? Regulators are going to come up with all those important policies, rules, regulations. Those are going to help you avoid the uncertainties in the business. Those are going to help you ensure that your solution is within the given limitations, and it's aligned with the policies of the organization, the country, and other parameters. For example, if I say I'm talking about capital market here in India, people joining from India, what is the name of the governing body, the regulatory body that governs the capital market here in India? SEBI, yes, Security Exchange Board of India, SEBI. If I talk about the banks, nationalized or the private banks, then what's the name of the regulatory body? It's the RBI. Yes, similarly in UK and US as well, we have different bodies monitoring the activities of different people. Like is anyone joining here from UK here? in UK, I work with the HMRC, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth Department, HMRC. Now it's in the name of the King after the death of the Queen. So HMRC is about the tax collections in UK, and they come up with all those norms for the tax collections. So, meaning to say, regulatory bodies play a very important role when we talk about policies, rules, compliances, and other things. And here we had discussed about the very first thing, the very basic topic to start with, we had discussed about responsibility versus accountability. Responsibility is more about the ownership, working on the given task directly. You own the things, you work on it, complete it. But there's some other person, some other group who is tracking, monitoring, evaluating what you are doing. Also providing better environment facilities. Those may help you work efficiently. And that group is the accountable group or people who are accountable for what you are doing as a responsible person. So accountability, we have discussed more about the answerability, while responsibility is more about the ownership. And then everyone, we had discussed about requirements elicitation yesterday. Requirements elicitation is to draw out, explore, and identify the information that is relevant to need, change, or the solution. And yesterday, everyone, we had discussed about three important pillars to requirements elicitation. Pillar number one, pillar number two, pillar number three. Whenever you get some requirements to analyze, you start crying. When you're crying, it means you are collaborating with your key stakeholders to gain more and more information. The stakeholders may not know about the full information with the projector and others. Maybe the stakeholders are also new to this project. So it's also very important that along with collaboration, gathering the requirements, you also do your own research. Now, for research, in our sessions to come, we'll talk about the historical data analysis using data mining, data modeling, data flow diagrams, how to look at the existing stories in the SharePoint and Jira and other tools. So, research is more about analyzing, discovering the information, synthesizing the information, looking at the historically available information, getting some insights from the existing data. Those all things will be part of the research. Research can also be in the form of document analysis. Then let us suppose I share one topic with you all, and Kritika and Projekta sharing this, or like Kritika and Projekta search this thing on batimes.com. Don't you all think if Projekta and Kritika are looking for the information on batimes.com, this is also kind of a secondary research when you look for something, yes, on Google or some other external source, yes. So if you're doing your research, as I mentioned yesterday, do not directly search on Google because it may come up with some contradictory information that's not the right information. So if you're doing your research after the live session, prefer batimes.com. Okay, that's the best way to do your own research. Don't go over chat GPT. And one more thing. Yesterday somebody was asking me this question that what's the role of AI in the business analysis world? If you search something on chat GPT or any other AI tool, once you get the answer, you should also ask them what is the source from where you have picked this information. And always cross check the source before you accept what is the answer from ChatGPT. Okay, I can tell you my experience. We were using ChatGPT in our project for some very important projects, but we found around 60% of the information was not correct. Yes, so be very careful, be cautious when you are like searching something on Chat GPT or any other AI tool. You think it. So so AI is good, but blindly following what AI is doing is not the right thing to do. Ask AI from where you got this information. Okay. So, so that's why it's an important thing that when you do your research, you search for a reliable source. And then the last thing is experiments. In the experiments yesterday, we had discussed about that. We'll discuss in our sessions to come how to create the POCs, prototypes, the MVP. Yes. So everyone, we had discussed about the requirements elicitation, the three important pillars to it. Then we had also discussed about the structure of the BABA guide, the business analysis body of knowledge. And here we have discussed about few important things. Dash many knowledge areas, dash number of tasks, dash number of techniques, and dash number of underlying competencies. So let's talk about the BACCM model now. Now, before we start with this topic, I am coming up with one statement, and you all have to. My statement is BACCM model, the BACCM model is considered to be an ice breaking step, a trigger to understand the high level requirements. Those can be then transformed into the low level requirements. My question to you all is, what are the high level requirements and how these requirements are different from the low level requirements? Backup model is going to help you gain clarity around the high level requirements. What are the high level requirements and how these are different from the low level requirements? What are the high level requirements and how these are different from the low level requirements? Law is saying high level requirements describe what the business needs are. Okay, perfect. Kritika is saying high level requirements are ones which has maximum reach and has severe impact on business. Okay. High level requirements where multiple stakeholders are required to involve. Komal is saying high level requirements usually are a combination of many low requirements here. So high level requirements, everyone, is considered to be the top view, sorry, top view or the bird's view. When the requirements are mentioned in the form of an overview or a summary, this is termed as a high level requirement. High level requirements can be categorized as bird's view or a top view. Any BA needs to break it down and capture the details in more granular, decomposed, or fragment form. This granular form of requirement represents the low level requirements. For example, let's take one example to understand this thing. Yesterday, I had given you all one homework to select any two projects of your own choice. How many of you are going for the last one, HMS? You all can just give me a thumbs up. Learners will prefer to go for this last one, HMS from healthcare. In healthcare one, project number 4, yes, Purnima, Laura, you all are going for HMS, and HMS is a very good project, I must say. So you have made a very good choice. HMS is one of my favorite project, and it's good for people who are new to the analysis work to select this one HMS. It's one of the better projects. So let us suppose I say everyone, the example is that you have to develop the hospital management system. When we say we have to develop, when we have to create this product HMS, This is the high level requirement for us. Just the summary that we need to develop an advanced solution, HMS. Law comes up with the detailed analysis and says that for HMS, the very important thing is the patient's registration. Patient's registration would include the name of the patient, their medical history, their contact details, their residential address, and other scanned copy of the existing tests or existing consultation with other hospitals. Once they submit these details, one patient ID would be created, one unique ID. This unique ID would help them get the appointment with doctors, consultation with doctors. For consultation with the doctors, they have to come up with the time slots, they have to pay that fees, they have to visit the OPD and other things. Then, after appointment with doctors, what else can be part of it? Lab tests, laboratories, yes, blood tests and all such things, radiology and all such things. Then medicines, then something else. When you are decomposing this summary or high level requirements into smaller fragments, these all represent your low level requirements. So I am more interested in payments. That's why payments I had mentioned here itself before we go to the medicine part. Okay, so payment at the first instance itself. Yes, so so payments is a very important thing that you are mentioning here. Yes. So HMS, we are trying to come up with. Somebody is mentioning about the companies like IFCO, Tokyo, yes, and other companies. So the insurance, reimbursements, and all such things may also be part of it. So meaning to say, and these are the details. So when we are dwelling deeper into the details, in a way we are focusing, we are trying to define the low level requirements. High level requirements simply means a summary, overview, or just a top view. But low level means you are doing your detailed analysis, you are breaking it down into smaller fragments. Okay. Now, I would also like to share with you all, everyone, one very important tool that may help you create the low level requirements. So let me share, just give me a second. Let me open one good diagram and then I'll share with you all. Just allow me one more minute. Just let me open the good one. Oh, yes. So this is one thing I want to share with you all here, everyone. And this is a very good, yes, kind of a use case you can say. This is one very good tool, everyone. And the name of the tool is Creately. Now, Creately tool, everyone, this helps you not only create some good visuals, but they also share with you all some sample or some examples. Those may help you understand how to use a given template. Like if I click on this one, if you see here, let me increase the size here. You can see here, let us suppose I say you have to create a website like the canteen ordering system. Now you all can see here that for this website, you have to create one home page, header, sidebar, logos. Header should include logos, navigation. So you can see a breakup. This is the main topic. This is the main topic. This is the subtopic into further subtopics, and that way we are able to come up with low level requirement. Creation of a website is kind of a high level requirement for us, and with the help of Creately tool, we were able to functionally decompose and come up with the smaller granules in the form of low level requirements. Yes, everyone. So if and this is very important for you all to know how to do such thing, because now in the agile world, this is the expectation from a BA to create something on these lines to represent high level and low level requirements. So Creately tool you all can try as a basic tool to start with, and you all can see here, everyone, on top you have the option to edit this template. So you can also edit this template and customize it as per your requirements. So there is one task, everyone, in each and every project, and the task is, if you all look at your LMS, the task is write down the main feature that needs to be developed. If you all edit this one, double click and edit, and you can create your own feature list here. So you just simply need to click on edit, and you can edit the text here and make it as your own template. So for Creately to work, you can open any template, click on edit, and then double click and change whatever you want to. Like you can make it as canteen ordering system. Yes, Shivangi and others, you can make it as HMS. Okay, so whatever you want to, you can play with this. If you want to add few things, just Control C and Control V, and you will find that there will be more icons here. So you can play with this tool. Yes, don't pay for it. Just use the trial version for it. Yes, don't pay for it, and you'll also find some videos. Those may help you understand this tool better. You have so many things that you can do. I just mentioned one, but Creately you can see here. I'll just open the Creately tool. There are more than 120 plus templates here. If I show you the Creately tool, even we see Visio is that I was using 20 years back till date. Visio is used. So Visio is the pioneer tool, I must say. But since Visio is the traditional tool, there's so many companies who are like planning to transition from Visio to some good new tools with better visualization. So Visio is the best one, I must say. But you can use other tools, yes, because these are getting more popular nowadays. So you can see here, Lucid is also very good one. Yes, Lucid will discuss. Lucid will talk about Lucid as well. So I have Lucid in my list. So we will talk about Lucid as well. So Lucid chart is also a very good one. BPMN will discuss using the Lucid. Draw.io as well. If you see here, Draw.io is already there on my screen. So we will talk about all these tools. So you have to hold your horses. We'll talk about all such tools. Yes, this is Draw.io. This is your Lucid one that we'll discuss. This is the Creately. So one by one, step by step, we'll cover all these tools. So for today, just the very small homework, the very simple thing is that using the mind mapping template, create the feature list. Is that simple for you all? Yes, just use this template and create the list of features. And you can see here that, and I'll just show you one of them. If you think that you want to use some other template, you can go to this WBS and you can use some other template as well. So when you open hand, whichever one you think is good one. Like if you want the curved one, you can use this curved one. This is also a good one. If you see here, this curved one, project title, 4.1, 4.2, this is also. But the important thing is for you to know how to decompose the things. Okay. Now there can be different types of maps. That's for you to explore and do the research. The concept is, the main thing is that you know the high level requirement, and using different types of map, you're able to decompose it. Okay? Getting it? But do we give the input to this tool and generate the template with the generated? Yes, definitely. Yes, you can do that. You can give your inputs, but it will not generate. It will just, you can simply edit. Or if you find this tool a bit complex, I'll share with you all the very basic one. App diagram, the draw.io. Here you can create your own. You will not have any sample one to edit. I've shared with you all this one because here you will get some sample templates to refer. So you can explore creatively. If you find this good, you can use this one. Else, I'll share with you all 5 to 8 more tools. Those may help you come up with some better designs. Okay, everyone. So is everybody clear with the difference between the high level versus low level requirements? If somebody asks you this question in your job interviews, especially people who are new to the analysis world, would you be able to answer such questions? High level requirements versus low level requirements? Yes. So that was about, everyone, the high level versus low level. Now let's delve deeper into these core concepts here, and let's talk about these 6 core concepts. First one is, everyone, the needs. Yesterday, everyone, we had discussed about the needs, and those are all in the form of problems that we had identified in the Unilever project. Yes. Today, we'll discuss another project wherein you'll find that there is no problem as such, but there is an opportunity to grow. So let's discuss the second project now and see what are the opportunities and what is the business model. Okay. And let's talk about project number 3 in the list, WhatsApp Pay. And let me increase the font size before we start discussing this thing. WhatsApp is a messaging voice over IP service owned by Facebook. Now, when we had created this case study 6 years back, the name was Facebook. Now the name has been changed to Meta. Yes, Meta is the parent company now, and Facebook and others are the subsidiaries. It allows users to send text and voice messages, make voice and video calls, and share images, documents, and other media. WhatsApp runs on mobile devices but is also accessible from desktop computers. WhatsApp has over 2 billion users worldwide as of today, and it has become the primary means of electronic communication in multiple countries across multiple continents, including Latin America, the Indian subcontinent, and large parts of Europe and Africa. Today, the globe today across the globe, people are moving to digital payment services such as Google Pay, PayPal, and others. Mobile wallets are in massive demand. The transaction value of global mobile payment market is around this much USD in billions in 2019 and expected to reach 12,000 plus billions by 2025, registering the compound annual growth rate of 23.8. Now, what is CAGR? This also we'll discuss as part of financial analysis, and we'll solve some numerical problems. WhatsApp, being one of the leading mobile messaging apps, wants to get a slice of this growing digital payment market. Now, everyone, when we read this thing together, in this case study, when we look at the high level requirement, Law, Shehbaz, and everyone else, do you find any problem or challenge with this company Meta? Or do you think they are looking for some good opportunity to expand the universe of their business? So here, Are the business needs in the form of problems or the opportunities to grow? Yes, there is an opportunity for them to take a plunge into the digital payment market. Yes, now I have one looking for the opportunities to expand their business. Nikita, Malik, yes. But I have one question for you all. Think logically and answer my question. Yes. When they entered into the market, for them, the benchmarks were Google Pay. Yes. I'm coming to that point only. There was a competition, or they had the benchmarks like Google Pay, PayPal, and others. But they had a different strategy, everyone. If I talk about Google Pay, this Google Pay is one app that is 100% dedicated or 100% full focus on payments. PayPal, full focus on the transactions and payments. But WhatsApp never followed their business model. What WhatsApp did, everyone? WhatsApp, what they did, instead of creating a new product, they simply made enhancements to their existing app, and they added one button or icon as the fund transfer. Now, my question to you all is, Mark Zuckerberg, the Facebook, is one of the richest person on the planet Earth. He has no scarcity of budget, ample of budget. They are coming up with a new product. They could have launched a new app. Why do you all think they never came up with a separate dedicated app for payments? Why they integrated and made their existing app more complex? Why there was enhancement? Why there was a not why there wasn't a new product being launched? What was the main reason? Radhika is saying they wanted to exploit their huge customer base. But okay, when this case study we had created, it was in the year 2018, I believe, or 19, when we had documented this thing. Now we are in 2026. 8 years. 8 years back we had documented this thing. After 8 years, do you all think it was a good strategy to add one feature to the existing one and not create a separate product? Do you think this WhatsApp Pay business is more successful as compared to Google Pay and PayPal? Is there anyone who's having sort of statistics to compare which payment related company is earning better revenues? Which payment app is more successful, everyone? Can anybody help us know? Google Pay is more successful. UPI, Google Pay are more successful, and they are not able to compete with these people. Why? What's the reason? Reason is Apple Pay, Google Pay, these all are more successful. The very important thing that sometimes we miss when we are coming up with the solution is the value. Value, everyone, is usefulness to the stakeholders within a given context. If you are just trying to exploit the huge customer base that you have and not providing a usable product to your customer, eventually you'll find that there will be a significant dip in your revenues. I'll take you all back to the year 2006, 7 again, and I'll just talk about one very popular company then, and the name was Nokia. And if I talk about 2023 onwards, It is there in the market, but it has hardly any presence. What happened with this Nokia business? What do you think if there was sudden collapse or complete demolition of such a huge empire? If I talk about 2000, 2002, 3, here in India, in Indian subcontinent, you all would agree with me, Nokia was the undisputed leader. But what happened with Nokia? The main thing was the adaptability was Akash is mentioning here. In those days, in those days, there was one company becoming very popular, and the name was Google. Google came up with two very popular products then. What were those two popular products launched by Google in this era? One was Chrome and another was Android. Yes, this Chrome was like accepted by everyone. People loved this, and this was coming as a very good replacement to traditional Internet Explorer and even the Mozilla Firefox. And similarly, Android, Samsung accepted it and they had better revenues. And what they did, they had a collaboration with company Microsoft, yes, and they came up with the product Lumia, and that was a disaster. So, meaning to say, the usability aspect, giving value to your customer is also a very important thing to consider when you are analyzing. And law says that even Apple had a very significant role to play once they came up with those smartphones. So there were several factors. I'm not saying that there's one factor, but there were several factors to it. And in the same era, I mean, there were a lot of things that happened in this era. If I talk about here in India, not just India, if I talk about globally, 2007 and 8, or I can include 9 as well, seventh richest person in the world, is named Mr. Anil Ambani from India, seventh richest person. His brother was third richest person then. Seventh richest person, 2007, 8, and 9, this era. Now in 2023, he was declared bankrupt. What happened with this business? What happened with Mr. Anil Ambani and why? What was the main reason for the collapse of his business? The main reason was, again, the adaptability. The main reason was, everyone, that in those days there was one technology that they were using, and that was CDMA. Then the new technology came in as GSM, then 3G, then 4G, and all. And it took time for the company to take a decision to transition to the new technology, adapt to the new world. And that was a major reason for the collapse of the business. So, what you're trying to understand, everyone, here is the very important factor as part of the BACCM model, that is value. Along with the opportunities that you have, as Law is mentioning here, instead of show off, instead of just promotions, it's also very important that you think about the value, usefulness to a stakeholder within a given context. Customer value and business value are two important components to it. Customer value is about how well you're able to come up with a better quality product that is usable for the purpose, sustainable, usable. If people have some feedback or comments, you're able to make certain adjustments. So customer value is very important. Like you all must have observed this thing that even in our live session, during the break, we request you all to participate in the polling activity. And after the live session, we ask you all to share your valuable feedback. What exactly is the reason why we are having those two activities? Yes, so creating demands is something very important, yes, but it's an important thing that you also consider the value parameter. You can promote your project You can do a lot of things to increase the demand, but but if you're not giving value to your key stakeholders, are those promotions, are those tactics to increase the demand work in the long run? No. So the important thing is that you focus on both customer and the business value. So let's read few things from the BABOK guide to understand what is this value parameter and why it is so important. Yes, I'm coming to context as well in few minutes. Let's first talk about the value one, everyone. Let's finish this value first, and then we'll talk about the context as well. So value everyone, if I take you all to session 2 notes, topic number 1, value parameter. Value everyone is the usefulness to the stakeholders within a given context. Usefulness can be defined with the help of two important elements, everyone: business value and the customer value. Business value, everyone, it is associated with cost structure and revenue streams. Now, in our sessions to come, possibly in our next Sunday session, we'll talk about how to calculate ROI, payback period, present value, net present value, internal rate of return. These all capital budgeting techniques, everyone, are going to help us estimate and calculate the profitability and gain margins. This is one important thing to consider as part of business value. Another important thing is, everyone, the customer value. Customer value, everyone, is about something linked with the quality of the product. The product or solution features must drive customer satisfaction, and I can see that so many people talked about the usability. Let's see who talked about it. Law, I think you talked about it. And somebody else also talked about usability. I remember somebody talked about it in the chat. Yes, easy to access, as Komal mentioned. Madhuri talked about trust, and somebody had mentioned about usability as well. So you can see here, Akash is saying it's more about marketing and not just need. Yes, so it's a very important thing that we combine all those things together so that the customer value is achieved. It is associated with the quality of the product or the solution features must drive customer satisfaction, and the solution must be usable for the purpose. Here, house of quality, Akash and everyone else, the voice of customer are the two important things to consider. Now, what is VOC, everyone? VOC is very common activity in most of the projects. What is VOC? VOC is about the feedback, the reviews, what else? Those important comments that you get from your key stakeholders. So, review comments and the feedbacks. House of quality is going to be like all those important functionalities, features, those may drive customer satisfaction. And this house of quality leads to minimum viable product. Now, what is MVP? I've given you all this as homework to read. So, MVP is something that you'll be able to come up with if you are able to come up with proper customer values. So, value, everyone, to summarize, value can be considered as a combination of business value and customer value. Business value is more about generating profits. Customer value is about maintaining the voice of customer and also the house of quality. Yes, so this is a nutshell the value parameter. I'll take a pause here, wait for your questions before we move to one question that I'm going to share with you all. So please read this, everyone. Ardeep is saying that customer value, like that's okay. Let me ask this question to everyone. When companies like Geo come up with free internet, is that the customer value or the marketing strategy? This is not something as you can say it's related to customer value, but it's more about it's more about marketing your product. It is something linked with customer value for sure, but it's not about bringing in value. It's more about increasing the demand. Okay, so it's about increasing the demand, but but the important thing would be that you provide the better quality internet. When you come up with a better quality internet, better services, that's something that contributes to customer value. Okay, getting it. So so sometimes it's a mix of the marketing strategy and the customer value. Sometimes we think it's a customer value, but it turns out to be the cheap tactics. Yes, that fails later. So in few cases, marketing strategy is disguised as the customer value. So we have to be very smart to check and differentiate between the marketing strategy and the customer value. Okay. It comes under business value visualizing. Okay. Context, everyone, is a very important thing. Circumstances that influence or are influenced by and provide understanding of the change. Context is about everyone. Yesterday, if you all remember, so what is the context, everyone? Context is going to help you understand the background, the existing behavior, what exactly is happening in the current behavior that may help you come up with a proper definition of business needs. Context is something that will help you understand what are the existing functionalities, how organization operates at present, what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses. That way you'll be able to understand what are the important business drivers for the change. Is everybody with me on this thing? So context is a very important thing to analyze first. When you analyze the current state, it will help you then define the context. Context is going to help you understand the business objectives, the business drivers. Yes, so that's why context is an important thing when you are analyzing the high level requirements. Is everybody clear with this thing? Vijendra, I think you had this question on context. Are you fine with the answer now? Yes, everyone. So this is your BACCM model with 6 core concepts. One more example. Okay, let's talk about the WhatsApp Pay. In WhatsApp Pay, Vijendra and others, what is the context for the change? Why Meta as a company is planning to launch a new app or planning to launch a new product? What's the context? Context is, anybody help me know what's the context? Harnis has a very good point, digital payment. But why at all the digital payment? Why at all they're bringing about a change, or why at all they think that this is going to be a good business for them? There are several things. If you see here, first important thing is that globally people are transitioning to the digital payment process. Nobody is now willing to pay the cash from their pocket. Simply they can scan the code and they can pay for it. So it's easy. So people are switching to digital payment. So it's in demand. So that's why they're going for it. And they also have a huge customer base. So they think this will be a profitable business for them. Yes, but ultimately that was not the good business for them after 6 years or 8 years. Okay? But still they are earning good revenues from it. So context is going to help you understand why a change has been initiated. What were the key business drivers behind it? Okay? So that's about the context. Anik is saying that send money to family, friends while chatting and while watching reels. Yes, I'll add one more thing. At the same time, yes, become very integral part of everybody's life. So yes, perfect. Yes, you can see here that that context is going to help you understand the background, and this will help you understand what are the key business drivers, and that way you'll be able to then define a proper solution. So that's why context is so important. It will help you in simple way, in simple terms. Context is going to help you understand the existing behavior, the current behavior, the as is state, the background, and then you can easily come up with the complete definition of need and then the corresponding solution. Okay, getting it? Vijendra, I can give you a few more examples if you're not clear with this thing. I have a few more things, a few more examples if you want to understand context better. Yes? No? Okay, perfect. So we are done with this topic now. BACCM model. Learners who are preparing for the CCB and CBAP examination, you all can create one short form to learn this thing as NCS and CVS. NCS and CVS are the six core concepts: need, change, solution, context, value, and the key stakeholders. NCS and CVS. Yes, everyone with me? NCS and CVS. Okay. The next topic is relatively more important, everyone, and that is the requirements classification. Here, Vijayendra and others will discuss about context one more time with the help of one BRD template. So you'll understand context better once we'll talk about BRD in detail. Okay, so we'll revisit context one more time. Requirements classification schema is our next topic, and you all can see here, everyone, four different types of requirements: business requirements, stakeholder requirements, solution requirements, and then the transition requirements. Yesterday, we had discussed about the transition requirements in the form of enablers. So today, we are going to focus upon these three, that is business, stakeholders, and solution requirements. Business requirements, everyone, and stakeholder requirements, these are combined together and they're documented in one standardized template. And can anyone of you guess what's the name of the template? The business analysis standardized template that captures both business and the stakeholder requirements? Yes, absolutely wonderful answer, Glenis and Ahmed. Answer is BRD. BRD is one standardized template wherein you'll find the complete description of the business requirements and the stakeholder requirements. Business requirements and stakeholder requirements, these are also known as the high level requirements. Here you will find some summary, some short descriptions, and then when you perform your detailed analysis, when you apply several important techniques, It will then help you break down this BRD into smaller fragments, and this fragment level information is your low level requirement, and this is defined as the solution requirement, everyone. Solution requirement, this is a very good question that Law you're asking me, and I'll come up with the answer in a few minutes. Solution requirements, everyone, is nothing but the low level details, how well you're able to break down the summary, the overview into smaller granules, how well you're able to come up with the details around the BRD. And solution requirements include functional and the non-functional requirements. So, Kritika will take one example. We'll now discuss one sample BRD. So, this will help you understand in a very better manner what exactly the BRD represents and what exactly business requirements represent. So, let's discuss one sample BRD now. And then you'll also get the answer to your question, Law, that who is documenting. Once we'll discuss the BRD components, you will get to know that whether your business users are writing it or the BA is doing it. Okay. So let's discuss one sample BRD now. And with the help of BRD, let's see what are the important components to it, who is writing it, why we are writing it, and what's the practical significance behind it. So you can see here project summary, objectives, background, and then at last you'll find the business drivers. Objectives, these should describe how this should describe the overall goal in developing a project. High level description, just the high level description, not the details. High level descriptions of what the project will do, how they're aligned to business objectives, and the requirement for interaction with other systems. This is also very important thing. Second thing is, everyone, the background. Background, everyone, is about, if you look at this explanation here, provide a brief history of how the project came to be proposed and initiated, including business issues, problems identified, and expected benefits of implementing the project and developing the project. And last thing is business drivers. List the business drivers that make development of this product important. This can be financial, operational, market, or environmental. And Vijayendra, you had this question on context. These three things you'll be able to define if you know this core concept, context. Yes, Vijayendra, with me on this thing. So context, if you know, it will help you define the objectives, that what product is going to do, how they're aligned to the business objectives, and how the requirements are going to interact with other systems, the linked systems. What are the financial benefits? What are the monetary benefits? Operational benefits? Market conditions, environmental conditions, all such things can be easily defined if you know the context. Yes, Law is saying what's the difference between the objectives and the drivers? Yes. So what are the drivers, everyone? Let us suppose I say, let's try to understand this thing with the help of one example. If I say canteen ordering system, financial driver is, you all would agree with me, office productivity. Yes or no? Financial driver is the office productivity. Once you come up with this app, this will help you uplift the office productivity. Operational benefit is that it will drive employee satisfaction. Now, Law and Weber are not going to stand in long queues waiting for the tables to be vacant. This will help uplift their business operations. Market and the environmental conditions are now that now you're providing better services, no more food wastage, no more wastage of time, proper time management, and all such things. And that way you may also attract people, and people are now willing to work with Unilever instead of filing for job, instead of requesting for job with other companies, they're now preferring Unilever because it has got better facilities, employee centric, better products, better services. So these are the drivers. Now look at the objective. What are the objectives? Objectives tell you that what product is going to do. Product is going to help you request food delivered to your work location. And what are the interaction with other systems? Okay, if I ask for one question, law and others, canteen ordering system, what are the important interactions? One interaction is the order from the employee. Yes, employee is going to order. Second is order received by cafeteria management team. Yes, delivery boy is getting the details of the order and also customer providing the feedback. Yes or no? These all would be part of the objectives. Yesterday, somebody was talking about having having a small area. I don't know. I'm not able to remember the name. Uh, I think Nikita, somebody else, pantry. Yes, somebody talked about. Yes, Pavni, you talked about it, pantry. So that can also be part of the objectives. Is everybody with me following this thing? So what we are doing here is, as part of the BRD, we are first coming up the very important thing as project summary. Project summary is something that defines your business requirements. If they ask you this question in your job interviews, that what are the essential components to any given business requirements? What are the important sections to define? So you can tell them that objectives, backgrounds, and drivers are the key components as part of project summary, and this helps us define the business requirements. Next thing is everyone, next important thing is project scope. Now, project scope is something that can be linked with stakeholder requirements. It says describe what work is in scope for the project and specifically what work is out of scope. Now, this is very important. Beyond the current budget, resources and timelines as approved by the project stakeholders. Now, my question to you all is ideally, we should just focus on something that lies within the boundaries, in scope things. But in the BRD, in the BRD, it is mentioned, everyone, sorry, in the BRD, it is mentioned that not only focus on what lies within the scope, but also define what lies outside the scope, out of scope. Can anybody help me know what's the purpose, what's the intent behind defining both in scope as well as the out of scope requirements? What's the purpose? Why at all you're focusing on both the things? The main purpose is, everyone, to prevent scope creep. Dennis, you're coming up with the right answer. I hope you have not copied it from the third line here. It's your own logical thinking that you've come up with this answer. Yes. So it's a brilliant answer. Yes. If we're not defining the out of scope requirements, then the chances are unintentionally or due to some assumptions, these are absorbed in your solution. Let's try to understand this thing with the help of one example. Let us suppose I say I'm talking about food order. Law and others you all can see here that only 1500 employees may order food. Here, a login page to validate the users must be created. It will help in authorization and authentication. No other person or employee outside Unilever is authorized to order food. Now, this way, if you are capturing the in-scope and out-of-scope requirements, it will help our technicians, our technology experts understand how to come up with thick and strong boundaries for our solution. Now, if I ask you how you will ensure that it's just the Unilever employee and no other person ordering, how you'll ensure that this thing happens? What you'll do then? You'll simply try to come up with certain authentication, as Isha is mentioning here, a very good point that you can only log in if you have the official email ID and one-time password shared over your ID. If you're able, yes, so ID password integrated with employee ID, which is a very good point. Yes, the employee ID can be one of the very important authentication. Nowadays, we have this SSO feature in most of the companies. Yes, single sign-on. That's also a very good authentication feature. How many of you are using it? It's a very good feature nowadays, the SSO one, wherein you just need to enter your employee ID and based on certain authentications at their end, they'll take you to the next page if yes. So several authentications may help, like order timing. Employees may order food during the weekdays only, not on weekends, and between 12 noon to 2 p.m. only. It's not like if you have uh, uh, like you enter into the office at 9 a.m. in the morning and you feel hungry and you're ordering food. Yes, it's just about 12 noon to 2 p.m. that you'll be able to order the food. So that way, if you are able to come up with certain important restrictions, boundaries, you are able to define the project scope. Yes, SSO may cause problems. Yes, it has some shortcomings as well. So what I'm trying to explain you all here is the project scope that should include both any scope as well as the out of scope requirements. Out of scope requirements would help you ensure that you prevent scope creep. Okay? So if they ask, and this is one job interview question, they may ask you this question, people who are new to the analysis world, how do we prevent scope creep in any project? How do we ensure that the project scope is very clearly defined? You can see that by defining both in scope and out of scope functionalities, we can pass on the clear message to our technicians. This will help them create thick and strong boundaries, considering that what lies within a scope, what lies outside the scope, and this way we'll be able to prevent scope creep condition. This way we'll be able to prevent any redundant, duplicate, or unwanted component in the solution. Is everybody clear with the scope creep, or do you need some examples to understand the scope creep better? Do you need some examples to understand the scope creep better? I can give you all one more example. Yes, let's take one more example. Yes, let's take one example. Let us suppose I say I'm talking about hospital management system. And in hospital management system, we have one form as patient's registration. During the patient registration, let us suppose I say we have Madhuri with us, and Madhuri is filling this patient registration form. She has mentioned the name, the date of birth, the medical history, and then there's an option to select the doctor from the list of doctors. This is a list of doctors based on their specialization. And this is one combo box, a list box wherein they're all names displayed. Madhuri is selecting Dr. Mr. Dr. XYZ, books an appointment with this doctor. The appointment is scheduled, timings is also mentioned. And when Madhuri is going to the hospital, she is there in the OPD and she shares the details of the appointment. She is surprised to know that this doctor is no longer empaneled with Mayo Clinic. This doctor left the organization, the hospital, 1 month back. Madhuri is not happy with this thing. She has traveled 15 kilometers to consult this doctor. Now hospital is saying that he is no longer empaneled. This appointment is getting cancelled. What is the flaw in the business model here, everyone? What is the challenge and how you'll remove this flaw if you are the business analyst? If you are the business analyst, what you'll do is you'll come up with one very important step that if any doctor is getting empaneled, his name, his details should be removed the same day to avoid any chaos and confusion. His name appearing in this list is causing scope creep. This scope creep is causing problems for Madhuri. It may cause problems for others as well. So this list of doctors should only include the active doctors, active in the sense those are empaneled with Mayo Clinic, people who come from database development background. Simply in our database table, we may add one flag as active or inactive, and only active names are displayed. Inactive ones are the creep, and these should be removed. Yes, Murli and everyone else are able to understand how to prevent the scope creep condition. So scope creep is about your solution, your solution having some redundant, duplicate, or unwanted components. Those are causing unnecessary noise. This may also result into some employee dissatisfaction, employee complaints, and sometimes very severe issues. Okay, so that's about the scope creep and how do we remove this. Now let's discuss one case study wherein you all have to first identify the business requirements and then you have to come up with a corresponding solution. What do you all think can be a good solution for the given set of requirements? So let me share one case study with you all now. Requirements classification schema case study. Yes. So this is basically for my project. This is the real-time case study from what we did a few years back. So there is one application, everyone, the website that is primarily designed for those employees who are on the verge of retirement or are simply resigning from the company. This application helps them raise a few tickets and request for reimbursement and helps them raise requests for pension and provident fund withdrawal. During the COVID-19 crisis, this happened in my project, we started getting complaints that this application was causing some problems. Performance was very low sometimes, and sometimes it was not responsive, and on few occasions it goes down completely. So now, since this was causing problems and there were lots of complaints from different business users, so this was assigned to me to like discuss and resolve this problem. So I then discussed this problem with my production support manager, and he shared some valuable inputs. He mentioned that this application was designed 10 years back and the scalability was marked as 20. So when we say the scalability was marked as 20, this simply means there can be 20 concurrent users to this application, not more than that. If there are more than that, yes, users at a time, as Kritika is mentioning here. So 20 concurrent users. If there are more than 20, it may start to create some problems. Now, during this COVID crisis, you all will agree with me, government in different countries came up with a lot of relaxations to withdraw your savings, to withdraw your funds. So now what happened? Like there was, you may say, huge traffic, and the traffic increased many folds, and sometimes there are more than 300 plus users logging into the application. Now this was one problem. This is your case study on your screen. Now Ayush, Ritika, and everyone else, imagine if you were a BA like me facing such problem in the project, Shehbaz, and another Akshay, Isha, and others. What do you think can be a possible solution for such given business requirements? What do you all think can be the best approach to resolve customer queries to ensure that people are not facing this problem? What can be a good solution for this case study, everyone? Questions open for you all to answer. Jagan is saying that very simple thing is increase the bandwidth of the database in the cloud infrastructure. So similar suggestion I had for similar suggestion I had from the production support manager. I said, why don't we increase the scalability? I never came up with such a good answer like Jagan, but I said like very simple, in very simple terms, that please increase the scalability up to 500 and so that everybody can use it. But Jagan, when I said this thing, the production support manager had a smile on his face. He said, if it was that simple, we would have already done this thing. The challenge is it's our own dedicated server. The old technology, 10 years back, we had developed this thing. And if we'll try our level best, we can increase the scalability up to 50. Then I said 50 is not going to solve the purpose. We need something that's more than 300. Now, what Pavni and Komal are suggesting, that was my next suggestion. And I said, why don't we create a new application? Then he said, that why you're telling me this thing? If you want a new application, get approvals on the budget, get approvals on the stakeholders, get the approvals on the resources, and then you can come back to me and then we can do it. It's not my job to give you suggestions on the new product to be created. Now, if you all realize here, look at the situation. People were saying create a new one. Do you think um, Rome was built in a day? Do you think we can create an application within a day or two? No. Upgradation or a new application transitioning to a cloud platform, this will take time. And do you think people during the COVID-19 crisis are going to wait for a new application to be launched? Are they going to use their application heaven, yes, or hell? No, they need an immediate solution first. So, so that was a very challenging thing. Now, I'll share with you all. Asking this thing, I would first find out the trends of the. Now, I'm getting the very good answers. Let me read few more answers before I come up with my solution. Asif is saying, I would first find out how the trend of the visitor had changed during the COVID, post-COVID, and I'll find out the daily number of visitors. So this information is already given to you. Daily number of visitors is crossing 300. Law is saying that short-term fix is performing tuning, infrastructure scaling. Absolutely wonderful answer. Thank you. Komal is saying advise them to route the requirement from the alternate source. Okay, so if there's alternate source, then we can do that. But in our case, there was no alternate source available. Pavni is saying investigate, collect data, how many are going to retire and resign. It's not about how many people are going to retire and resign. It's about people who are logging in. Because now, even if you're not retiring or resigning, since government has come up with the relaxations, everybody is interested to withdraw the amount. Yes, because government had given the option that you can mention that you are going through COVID crisis and you need money, and you can easily get that money from your funds. So this was the problem. So not only people who are resigning, even people who are part of the job, yes, just to go out with friends and family and enjoy some time in the hilly region, they're taking out the money in the name of COVID-19 crisis. People misusing the government relaxation. Kritika say increase the scalability dedicated email to raise requests so that someone can raise the request on behalf of them. That can be one thing, yes. But let's look at the solution that we came up with. I'm not saying that the solution that I have come up with is the best solution in the world. No. But this solution, all the business users agreed to, all the stakeholders authorized to provide sign off, they approved it, and everybody was agreeing to this solution. So let's see what was the solution that we came up with and how we were able to cater to these business requirements. So, everyone, this is a solution on your screen. Solution is everyone on your screen. I'll just rearrange few things so it's clearly visible to everyone. Solution, everyone, was divided into two parts. One is the strategic solution. Point number one is strategic solution. And point number two is the tactical solution. My question to you all is, what is the difference between the strategic solution and the tactical solution? A strategic solution, everyone, is a structured, organized, and well-defined solution that's going to fetch goodness in long run. A solution from long-term perspective. A solution with minimal defects. A solution with all those capabilities those may drive customer satisfaction. That's the strategic solution. So as most of you were saying, Jagan and everyone else, we raised one request to create a new application with a scalability marked as 1000, everything on the cloud platform, the advanced application based on the AI capabilities, and this request was approved. And our team, the development team, our technicians came up with the estimate that it may take around 7 months to deliver the new application with new capabilities. For these 7 months, there was a workaround that we came up with. First thing that we did was, as per the suggestion from the production support manager, the scalability was increased from 20 to 50. This was the maximum value. This is now the maximum scalability. On the main login page, one functionality as a counter was introduced. This recorded the number of logged in users. When the record count reaches to 50, the 51st user is redirected to the maintenance page with a pop-up error message. And what is that pop-up error message? That now the maximum scalability has been reached. You can wait here or try again later. There is a scheduler that monitors the ideal time for the logged in users. If the ideal time crosses 15 minutes, then users are automatically logged out and the users in the queue get the opportunity to log in. Now, that way, we were able to come up with a solution for this problem. Everyone. So, you all can see here that we had a tactical solution in the form of a workaround, and we had a strategic solution from the long-term perspective. Now, in this solution, everyone, we have few functional aspects, functional solution, or you may say functional set of requirements, and there are few non-functional requirements as well. Functional requirements, Rafael is saying, can that solution be already obsolete on the AI agent era? That's also something, a good question, a debatable topic that we can discuss here. But let's keep this topic for the Q&A time. We can discuss this thing. So let me first complete this thing. Now, if you see everyone in this solution here, we are talking about certain important features to be developed, certain important functionalities are introduced, and we're also talking about certain non-functional requirements. What are the non-functional requirements, everyone? Non-functional requirements are the requirements those you cannot see but you can feel, kind of an abstract noun, like the better performance, better usability, maintenance, availability, scalability. So these are all the environmental conditions. Those help, those support the proper working of the functional requirements. Now let's look at few examples of non-functional requirements, and then we'll come back to this topic again and we'll talk about functional requirements as well. In your drive link, in your BABOK guide, everyone, if I take you all to chapter number 10, the technique section, here you will find page number 303, 15 categories of non-functional requirements. Please check and confirm, everyone. Please, I request everyone to please check and confirm. Is everybody able to find, locate the 15 NFRs in the above guide? Please check and confirm. Categories of non-functional requirements. This includes availability, compatibility, maintainability, performance efficiency, portability, reliability, scalability, security aspects, usability, ease of use, certifications, compliances, localizations, even the service level agreements, extensibilities, these all are considered to be the non-functional requirements. Non-functional requirements are the supporting conditions, environmental conditions, those may help, those may support functional requirements to work efficiently. The more popular ones nowadays, everyone, they may ask you such questions in your job interviews that what are the commonly used or commonly, you may say, defined NFRs in any project? The answer is security. Answer is performance efficiency. Answer is usability, system availability, maintainability. These all are few, you may say, important NFRs to consider. All 15 are important, but these are the more popular ones. Usability, security, performance efficiency, maintainability, and availability. Okay. So now we have discussed the theoretical part. We have discussed about these 4 different types of requirements. A very interesting tool, and that is Jira. Jira is a very popular tool in the agile projects nowadays, and Jira helps us capture all these 4 types of requirements. TFS is also a good one. Now the name for TFS is changed. TFS is now known as Azure DevOps. Yes, earlier it was TFS. Now it is Azure DevOps. Even I'm using TFS. That's why I know. Yes, TFS is also a very good one, I must say. But we'll talk about Jira first. The reason is for TFS trial version, Microsoft asks for the credit card details. And most of us are reluctant to share the details, although they won't deduct any payment, but they ask for the details, and that's why people find it difficult to or reluctant to install this. So we will talk about Jira first, and then we'll also talk about TFS. So let's start with this topic now, Jira. Jira, everyone, is one tool, a document collaboration and project management tool. This is owned by one Australian company, Atlassian, and this tool helps us create some important BA deliverables, document the high level as well as the low level requirements, and Jira tool in a way reduces the dependency on Microsoft products like Word, PPT, and others. And Jira also acts as a document repository. So let's see what is this Jira tool all about, how to create your own credentials, how to use this tool to write the different or capture different business analysis deliverables. You simply need to click on this link, or you can copy this and then you'll find here the Jira page. For me, it says continue because I already have access to this one. But for you all have to start a new site. For new site, you have to first mention your personal email ID. Never mention your official address because it may create some problems because they may come up with certain advertisements and other over your email, official email. So mention your personal email address. Once you mention your personal email address, it will automatically create your own site and then you can click on continue. Once you click on continue, it will then take you to the next page and it will ask you to select one of the three options. So it's taking few seconds to load the next page and then we'll see what we have in the next page. So you all can see here, there are three important templates here: Kanban, web design, and Scrum. Now, Kanban is for the short duration projects for defect fixing for production support. Kanban will not focus at present. Web designing is not for us, it's for the technicians. We'll focus on a Scrum Agile approach to plan, prioritize, and schedule sprints using the Scrum framework. So we'll select Scrum, then we'll click on continue, and then you have to name your space. So let us suppose I say I can see Shahzad name on my screen. So Shahzad CBAP sample project. Shahzad CBAP sample project, and I click on get started. So tasks, assets, and click on next, and again click on next. Then it says Jira better than when used together, but I'll do it later. And this takes me to Kanban will discuss. Kanban will discuss. Sharpuka, just Kanban is basically one of the agile approach that is generally used for the production support, for maintenance, and for the short duration projects. So Kanban is less popular approach as compared to Scrum. Scrum is more prevalent. Scrum is more popular. Scrum helps to handle the software development projects better. So that's why we are discussing Scrum first. We'll also talk about Kanban. So what is Kanban? Kanban is one of the agile approach to handle and manage the small duration or the production support related projects. Okay, getting it? You may get a different view for sure. There may be several views. Like if I show you here, I have one more view, and this is kind of bluish or greenish. So you may get different views. Views is not the problem. The important thing is, are you able to see the name of the space and also are you able to see the button like create and others? Are you able to find Jira on top? Everyone? Yes or no? Karishma, Shanmuga and others. Is everybody able to reach till this page? Or do you all have any issues? Now the next thing is everyone, click on this plus. Is everybody able to find spaces in the left hand section? Space with the Saturn icon. Yes, space. Click on this plus. And then once you click on this plus, you'll find here, even if you pick Kanban, then you can toggle to Scrum. So you can go to the spaces and from there you can simply, yes, so people who had selected Kanban or any other template, you can simply click on a space and then you can easily change the template. Okay, Rafael? So you can simply go to software development and from here you can again select the Scrum. Okay. So let me repeat the steps, everyone. Let me repeat the steps. First important thing is for you to click on this link, and then you have to mention your personal email address. When you mention your personal email address, then it will automatically create your own site. Yes, once your site is created and there's a green tick, then you can click on continue and then select the Scrum template. Once you select the Scrum template, it will ask you to create your own space, and there you have to mention something as a title to create your own space. Then click on continue and the job is done. It will take you to the main Jira dashboard. On main Jira dashboard, let me repeat, this is the main Jira dashboard. You have to click on this space, this plus button, this plus icon here. In this software development, now you all can see one more thing here, that Jira has a diversified use. It's used in sales, analytics, operations, designing, finance, human resources, marketing. Yes, last week I was into the HR analytics course and we created some dashboards for the HR team. So it's not just confined to software development. It's also used for analytics. It's used for HR analytics. It's also used for marketing, product management, work management. We are going to focus on software development. I'm going to select Scrum here. Use this template, team managed, and then you can mention the name of your space. Like I can mention here, Rafael, CBAP, sample project, team managed, short acronym is created here, Scrum project, click on next. And this takes me to, in few seconds, to the, I'll do this thing later. I think somebody had this question today, bring your team along. So just click on I'll do this later. And this will take you to your Jira main dashboard, main Jira dashboard. Yes, everyone. Now you all can see here, I have Shazad as one project, another as Rafaelio. Now, everyone, let's establish this relationship in Jira by performing some basic steps. Let's do this thing in Jira. So everyone, on the top of this page, the top ribbon, if you'll move towards right, after this search, you'll find one blue button with plus icon here. Is everybody able to find this blue button on top? And then you can see here, you'll find here work type as user story. Now here, just make it a bigger screen. And instead of story, first select epic. So epic I have selected, and then the summary I have mentioned here as canteen ordering system. Description we're not discussing today. Description we'll discuss in the next session, or next to next session we'll talk about how to write this. For now, you can leave this blank and then just click on create. When you click on create, everyone, you'll find one message that changes are saved, and you have this epic created as RCSP, something like this. And this is the epic created here. Now everyone, let's try to create. Yes, you are getting SCSP because you are using your name Shahbaz. So I think it is Shahbaz. C, I'm not sure why C, but SP means Scrum project. Okay, like for me it is Rafael. So RCSP. Okay, perfect. So now we have one epic. Now let's create one user story. For user story, again we'll click on this blue button. Work type, we'll select as the story, and the story will create one login page. Epic you will find, Murli, as I mentioned a few minutes back. Let me repeat this. On the top section here, top ribbon, this blue button, click on this blue button, and here in this work type drop down, you'll find one of the option as Epic. Okay. No, don't say anything right now. Don't select parent or anything as of now. Just create the story. Okay. So just work type as a story, and summary you can mention here as login page as part of. If you only have task in Epic, it means it's not the okay. So if you should not able to find the story in this list, you can add the work type in the story. Are you able to find this option add work type? You can add a work type as a user story. That's a workaround. Okay, perfect. So summary is login page as part of canteen ordering system summary, and then you can simply click on create button. When you click on create button, again you will get a pop-up message that your story is now created. Click on this link, everyone, and on top you will find here an option to add the epic. When you create your story and when you open that link, you will find it on top. It says add epic. This simply means it's asking you to add the parent to this child. So what you'll do, simply click on this pencil icon. You can add a parent or you can do it like this. So I'm just showing you how to do it in a very simplified manner. You can also add a parent to it. That's also fine. So you can simply add the epic like this. Yes. And then click on this link one more time. Click on this link 2 times, and everyone, then you'll find here that there is one epic as canteen ordering system, and child work items include the story that you have created. Now you can add several stories here, like you can add here second thing as another story here, and you can mention here the food menu. This is your next story, food menu. Another story can be your payment gateway. This can be another story here. You can also add food delivery. So now we are able to establish what we discussed theoretically, that one epic, this high level requirement, may have several low level requirements in the form of user stories. So the first topic for the day, everyone, is Akshay, Arnab, and others, business analysis, planning and monitoring, Raphael, and others. This is the ice breaking, you may say, knowledge area, or a very important one to start with your analysis. And the name of the knowledge area is business analysis, planning, as well as monitoring, popularly known as BAPM, business analysis, planning, and monitoring. And this knowledge area has 5 important tasks, everyone. I'll use different ink here. Plan business analysis approach, plan stakeholder engagement, plan business analysis governance, plan business analysis information management, and at last, identifying business analysis performance improvements. And people who are preparing for the CBAP examination, for them, it's an important thing to create some short form like this: A, S, G, I, P. Yes, A is your approach. Today we'll discuss about the approach. It can be predictive, it can be adaptive. A waterfall or the agile methodology we'll discuss in detail today. A is your approach. S, everyone, is about the stakeholder engagement. Here we'll talk about how to identify the stakeholders, their characteristics, how to perform stakeholder analysis. Those all things are part of stakeholder engagement. G stands for governance, I stands for information management, and P stands for performance improvements. So let's talk about everyone 3.1 plan business analysis approach, and let's see what we have as part of this task here. Plan business analysis approach, everyone. The first one, plan business analysis approach. So you all can see on your screen here, everyone. It says, everyone, define overall method to conduct business analysis activities. Now, method, everyone, Soumya, Ayush, and others, this can be a traditional method. This can be the modern day method, the new method, and it can be an old method. It can be a method when I was new to the analysis world. It can be a method when you all are new to the analysis world. Yes. So method can be everyone, the old one, or you may say old is not a good word to use. So I'll use the word traditional. Yes, method can be traditional. Method can be the legacy method, or simply in bracket old one. Yes, like the trainer. And method can be the modern method, the new method. Yes. The traditional method, this is popularly known as the predictive method. And we'll discuss why it is known as predictive in a few minutes. And the new methodology is known as, can anybody guess what is the name given to the new methodology, the new ways of working? That word is accepted. The new method is adaptive. Yes, adaptive is the new methodology. The adaptive, the advanced one, the adaptive one. Predictive, everyone, if I talk about predictive, examples can be waterfall, V model, the spiral model. These all were like very important and very popular when I was the college pass out, when I was looking for a job. In those days, these methodologies were like, you may say, religiously followed in the IT world. But now, after around 20 years or so, there is a drastic shift. These are considered to be the old school, these are considered to be outdated, and these have all been replaced with adaptive methodology, and this includes agile and DevOps. So, everyone, we have discussed here about the methods. These can be of two types. traditional or the modern. Traditional methodology, it is known as predictive methodology, and the modern methodology, it is known as adaptive methodology. Adaptive in the sense, adaptive in the sense it is more flexible, flexible in terms of delivery, in terms of documentation, in terms of communication, in terms of release plan as well. So that's why it is adaptive and this is predictive. Please make a note of this, everyone, and then we'll discuss the differences between the two, predictive versus adaptive. So, everyone, let's talk about the differences. This table that talks about the difference between predictive and adaptive approach, predictive versus the adaptive. Now, you all can see, everyone, there are four important differences. People who are new to the analysis world, learners who are preparing for the job interviews, this table is very, very important for you all. You all can bookmark somewhere, you all can write it somewhere that it's an important thing for you all to know the four differences between the predictive and the adaptive methodology. Yes, first one, everyone, is solution definition. Let's focus here. It says defined before implementation to maximize control and minimize risk. This used to happen when I was new to the analysis world, when we used to create FSD and SRD. Today you all had questions around it, FSD, SRD. So this used to happen when we used to write FSD and SRDs. But now what is happening? If you look at this keyword here, define in iterations to arrive at the best solution or improve an existing solution. Now, this is a very important thing for us to understand. Let's try to understand this thing with the help of one example. The very first point, solution definition. So let's try to understand this thing now. So let me create some data here, some example here. So we are talking about, everyone, the approach. And let's first talk about the predictive approach. In the predictive approach, everyone, there was one terminology, SDLC, that was very popular. Can anybody help me know what are the important steps that we follow in the SDLC, the software development life cycle? People from the engineering background, people who have been into analysis or development for some time. What is the SDLC, software development life cycle? Let me write it here. Steps include requirements gathering. You have gathered the requirements and you come up with corresponding solution. Yes, this is a complete solution. Then once you have the solution, then you'll ask your development team to develop the code or code implementation. I'm just covering the basic steps, not all the steps. Then what will happen is developers are going to develop the code And then once the implementation is done, code implementation, complete, I'm using the word complete here again and again, complete implementation includes deployment. Once this is done, then there will be testing, quality analysis, quality assurance. I must use the word quality assurance for the complete solution. Complete solution. Then what will happen after the testing? What's the next thing? The user acceptance. Yes, after user acceptance, what you'll do? You'll go live or you'll push the change to production. Yes, yes. So user acceptance is about the sign off and then you deploy it to the live environment. Yes. And then if there is some issue, then you will maintain the things. Yes, these are the important steps, everyone. Now, everyone, this is what we used to do in the predictive world. And let's try to understand what is happening in the new agile world. In the predictive approach, the release plan is equal to sometimes 3 months, it can be 6 months, or in even in few projects, or even 1 year. Yes, everyone. And I hope everybody understand the meaning of release plan. Yeah, release plan simply means you analyze, you develop, you test, and then finally deliver a solution within a given time frame. That's a release plan. Now, what is happening, everyone, in the adaptive world? In the adaptive approach, there is a slight twist in the tail. There is a slight difference. Release plan, let us suppose it's of 3 months. But what we are doing is there is a concept of partial release, or you may say incremental delivery. So what is happening is instead of sharing the complete product at the end of 3 months, we are sharing the partial solution after certain time period. Let us suppose I say we are coming up with a partial release that after every 2 weeks will deliver for R1 requirements solution as one. Yes. Now, everyone, if 2 week is cycle number 1, how many such short cycles we'll have in 3 months? Very simple basic mathematics. Release plan is of 3 months and we are planning to deliver some part of the solution, some part of the requirements after every 2 weeks. So we'll have total 6 times we'll deliver it, C1, C2, C3, C4, C5 and C6. Is everybody clear with this thing? That why 6? Yes, because our release is divided into smaller short cycles of 2 weeks duration. Now, what is happening here is in C1 you deliver S1, in C2 you deliver for R2 S2, and in C3 what you're doing is R3, and for this one S3, and similarly for C6 you have R6 and you have S6 as a solution. So what is happening here, everyone? Instead of delivering the complete solution, instead of doing the complete analysis upfront, what we're doing is we are coming up with the incremental delivery concept, the action release concept, and these 2 weeks are the iterations, the repetitions that we have within this 3 month cycle. Now, my question to you all is, which approach do you all think is more flexible? Which all approach do you all think is better? The second one adaptive or the first one predictive in terms of solution delivery? The second one is more productive, everyone. The main reason is, if something goes wrong in the first cycle, you have the ability, you have the flexibility to make corrections in the upcoming cycles. It brings in more visibility. Now, you all can see here, after every 2 weeks, if I'm sharing something with Anurag, Anurag has more visibility. Anurag is not waiting for 3 months to get over to look at what's the product, what it looks like. Every 2 weeks, he is getting some flavor of the solution. Every 2 weeks, he's getting something to test and analyze. He can come up with his continuous feedback. He may come up with his comments. He may come up with certain plan to make certain improvements. That way, it helps us come up with a rapid delivery, a quality delivery, and more, you may say, ability to negotiate, ability to adapt. And this way, it helps us come up with a better quality solution. Now, everyone, this 2 week cycle, if it is consistent throughout the release plan, there is one name given to it. What is the name given to fixed iteration, everyone? This fixed iteration that we're talking about, what's the name given to it? Fixed iteration. Sprints is the right answer. Sprints is the right answer, everyone. These fixed iterations of 2 weeks, this is your sprint. Now, I'm not saying that it's always 2 weeks. You may customize it in your project and make it 1.5 weeks or something like that. So let's see how it is created. So in your Jira, everyone, you all can see I have this backlog here. And in my backlog, you all can see here that I just remove this and start from the scratch. If you see, if I delete this, I have an option, a button to create this sprint. And it says add dates. Now, sprint number 1, duration, if I make it as 2 weeks, an update, you all can see here that 2 week cycle we have here. And then if I create another sprint, so this will be another sprint. It should reflect the dates. Let me make it as 2 weeks. Starting date today and update. Okay, it should reflect the date. I'm not sure why it's not, but it should reflect the date here. So you can see sprints are created with a given dates here. So this concept of a sprint, everyone, helps us divide the release into smaller, short iterations. Yes. And this is a very good thing that Bichuji is asking. Bichuji is saying that is adaptive something different from the predictive in terms of the SDLC? No. The same thing is followed. It's a release within a release. Bichuji, the same thing is followed in Agile as well. But the only thing is, the main important difference is the requirements gathering that we're talking about is not gathering the complete requirement. Adaptive comes up with this concept of partial, breaking down into smaller fragments, iterations. So cycle is going to remain the same, but the only difference is it's not the complete requirement. You are going to gather the requirements for sure. You are going to talk to the stakeholders, but not on the complete thing, but on the partial things that makes this approach flexible. Okay, and then one very important thing is that BA is not going to analyze the things in the sprint. A sprint is for the technology and testers to work. Your analysis must be ready before the start of the sprint. So BA never works in a sprint. BA always works in the release cycle. Okay? Vishwajit and others, I'm making sense to you all. So BA is not working in sprints. A sprint is not for BA to work. BA should be ready with his or her solution before the start of the sprint. BA is analyzing the things considering the whole release plan. And then it's for the team to divide into smaller chunks and prioritize it. So if I go take your back to your first point, it will make more sense to you all. If you look at first point, Vishwajit and everyone else, solution definition defined before implementation to maximize control and minimize risk. But here, solution is not the complete solution, it's a partial solution, define iterations to arrive at a best solution or improve an existing solution. Is everybody now able to understand point number one? Yes? Is everybody able to understand this thing? Example, as I mentioned, example can be, let us suppose I say, you are developing canteen ordering system. Yes, you're developing canteen ordering system and it has several requirement components to create a login page, food menu, payment gateway, yes, food delivery, feedback. If you are in the predictive world, all these requirements, those are prioritized for the release, must be closed first. You should come up with the solution, get the sign off, and then you'll start with the implementation. But in the agile world, even if you have got this sign off on the login page feature, you may start with your development. Getting my point, Vijay and others. So difference is here, even the partial sign off may help you start with your development. But in the previous one, the complete approval and sign off was required to start with your implementation. So it's defined before implementation is solution. But here it's not about defining the complete solution, it's about some part of the solution discussed and agreed, and you may start with your development. Are you with me, Vijayendra and others? So the important thing here is that that let me talk about the risk as well. The important thing here is this is a very rigid approach. Rigid in the sense, let me take you all back. Vijay, you have a very good question. Let me answer this. So, software development life cycle was religiously followed in the waterfall methodology. Why the name waterfall, everyone? And here the name is agile. Can anybody guess why the name was defined as waterfall for the predictive approach? Waterfall, because how water falls? What's the flow? Water falls from the high altitude to low altitude. Yes, it will go with gravity. Yes, high to low. And it has certain steps. Imagine Anurag and Kritika are the two business users. And Vijayendra was the BA gathering the requirements from them. And they provide some sign off here. They say, okay, we give you a sign off, you start with your development. Anurag and Isha are the human beings, they are not robots. And it may be that Anurag has given the sign off, but then later he thinks that he wants to add few more things. It may happen. Yes, Anurag and Isha, it may happen that Anurag and Isha change their mind and they want few more things, or they want to exclude few things. They have given the sign off, but that sign off doesn't mean that it's the end of the road, that you cannot make changes. It may be that Anurag wants something new, or Anurag wants to delete something, and their problem starts to happen. There was no scope, hardly any scope of making changes to the already, you may say, agreed upon requirements of the corresponding solution. Changes were not welcomed here. If there were changes, yes, you cannot change things in between. If there were changes, you are requested to create one change request, and this used to be prioritized after 3 months. Imagine if Anurag has missed something during a sign off as a business user, he has to wait for 6 months to get this thing. And now 6 months' time, in the modern day agile, do you think anybody is going to wait for 6 months? No. No client, no team. In 6 months, there's a lot of change. Yes, you may find in 6 months, the complete development team has switched to another company. You won't find the same developer that was there 6 months before. Yes, if you look at the trend, earlier people used to spend 15 years, 20 in the same company. But if now if you talk to people, the young blood, they'll say in last 4 years I switched 11 companies. But that never used to happen 20 years back. Yes, so what is happening, everyone? The thing is, we are in the adaptive world. Yes, it's about the rapid delivery of the software, the quality delivery, and that's why the traditional approach, yes, constant change and the ability to handle that change, that makes this approach more fruitful, more, you may say, acceptable to everyone. Yes, Vijayendra, are you getting the answer to your question? Are you able to understand this thing with the help of example that I've shared with you all? So the example is, if you come up with a complete solution first and then try to implement it, it's the predictive approach. But if you're able to get the partial sign off on even some part of the solution, and if you're able to start with your implementation, it's you are working in the iterations, the small cycles, the small partial release within a given release. Second point, everyone, is the very important one, and that is level of formality, everyone. Now, today I remember somebody was mentioning that did we talk about FSD, SRD, SRS, and I said no. The reason is, if you look at the second point, we'll get the answer. I'm not able to recollect the name. Was that you, Pavani, somebody else who talked about FSDs today? So you all can see here, formal information is captured in a standardized template in the old world. Example, FSD, SRD, SRS, even the BRD. I'll add BRD to this list as well. But now, in the agile world, they are using this new terminology, and that is the light weight documentation. I remember when I was new to the analysis world, I'm talking about 2008 or 9. In those days, when we used to create the FSDs, this used to take more than 2,500 pages. Use case documents more than 4 to 5 pages long. And nobody's reading it. Everybody is scared to see such a heavy textual document. But just for the sake of SOPs, we were doing it. But now, those FSDs, SRDs, SRS have all been replaced with the lightweight documentation using tools like Jira, Azure DevOps, Even some of you would be using Rally as well, Trello. These all tool helps us create some short, crisp, and you may say lightweight documents like epic, features, stories. So now it's more informal approach in the agile world. Okay? Is everybody with me? That why we discussed about the stories and why we never talked about it? Because this is considered to be comprehensive document, heavy textual documents, and in the agile world, this is not required. Some of my learners ask me this question that are you in favor of this thing? Do you think it's a good practice? I don't think so. I feel that these documents should still be created. But the problem is you don't have that much of time in the agile world to write those comprehensive documents. These documents used to help us in knowledge transfer, understand the things better, know all the important protocols. But now, since we're in the agile world, everybody is the mad race to develop a better software, rapid delivery of the software. So these documents are no longer significant. It's all about creating some short, crisp documents using the tools like Jira, Azure DevOps, and others. Yes, everyone, is everybody clear this? The second point, level of formality. So, in simple terms, the protocols, the SOPs, the standardized templates are getting replaced with lightweight documentation. Comprehensive documents are getting replaced with some small, short, crisp documentation with the lightweight documentation. Any question from anyone? Is everybody clear with this thing? So that's why it's an important thing for BAs to know how to use the tools like Jira, Azure DevOps, and others. In our first session, we had discussed about this thing on high level. In our sessions to come, we'll talk more about Jira, how to create the Jira dashboards, how to write stories, how to link them with features, and all such things we'll discuss. How to manage the backlog, how to prioritize it, all such things we discuss using the Jira tool. Third point, everyone, is about the activities. Very similar to solution definition, same thing goes with activities as well. Activities required to complete deliverables are identified first. Very similar to solution. All the activities have to be defined. But here, it's not important to define all the activities. Activities are again divided into small iterations with deliverables first and then associated tasks are identified. So even activities are not completely defined here. Activities are also in the short iterations based upon the solution that we have. So that's about the activities. And the last thing is here tasks are performed in specific phases. Phase can be of 3 months, 6 months, even 1 year. But here we have iterations. Those may be from 1 week to 4 weeks, something in between. Ideally, in most of the projects, we follow 2 weeks iteration. So this is a complete, you may say, set of differences on your screen. I request you all to read through all the four differences and let me know if you all have any question. Third point, okay, let us suppose I say, Isha, Nupur and others, we are talking about one activity and one activity is Let us suppose I say, I'll make it very simple for you all. If I say your solution is canteen ordering system, this is what you have to create. Activity is to come up with the more simplified solution. And here, in the predictive approach, what you'll do is you'll come up with WBS, work breakdown structure, and decompose everything. Login page, email address, user ID, password, one-time password, department, and other details. First breakdown. Second breakdown of the food menu, all the food items. Third about your payment gateway, all the options. Fourth about your food delivery, all the options. This is how you come up with the, you may see here, activities required to complete deliverables are identified first. This is how you'll come up with the things in the waterfall board. Define all the activities here. And then you start with the development. But in the adaptive world, this is not required to have everything. Let us suppose you're prioritizing login page in the Scrum Sprint 1. You just need these details to start with. In the second sprint, you will need these details. So it's not required to have everything before you start with the development. Whatever you prioritize as a solution, for that thing you'll need the set of activities. Are you with me, everyone? You don't need the full activity. You don't need the complete list of activities. You only need the activities those are pertaining to, those are linked with the partial solution that you're going to implement. Okay? Are you with me, everyone? So activities are also, you may say, partially prioritized, not the full set of activities. That's how we work in the agile mode. In simple terms, it's about partial delivery concept wherein you break down the requirements into smaller chunks and work in an incremental delivery. Incremental means step by step, one by one, not everything in one go. Okay? So that's about the activities divided into smaller iterations with deliverables first and then associated tasks. Like you all must have seen this thing that now in the agile world, in the user stories, we have an option to add these subtasks. How many of you are doing it? Subtasks are nothing but the activities. Those are within the given solution. Yes? Getting it? And I think in planning, are we not going to break down and then prioritize? Yes, you are going to break down. But in the predictive thing, full breakdown. There's a difference. Here, it's a full breakdown, and here it is partial breakdown. Partial breakdown, everyone, helps you prioritize smaller things, small little things in the first few weeks. It's not about the full breakdown, full solution, and then implementation. No. You are coming up with an incremental delivery and others. So breakdown is not the full breakdown. It's about the partial breakdown based upon the solution, partial solution that you have prioritized, and accordingly you work. Yes, you're working in bits and pieces. That's the, you must say, the good thing with adaptive mode. Getting my point? Yes. So it's not about like I'll give you one more example. In when I used to be like if I take you back to the year 2012, when I started as a trainer, in those days what used to happen that when we used to start with the live session, oh, sorry, I used to tell my learners that today we'll discuss these topics and we'll target to close them today itself. And this chat box was not there. We used to have the traditional Cisco application WebEx, if you all have heard of. In WebEx, we have an option of Q&A. And what used to happen, I used to continuously speak for 2 hours. And after 2 hours, I used to open that Q&A when all the questions were listed. And then I used to go through those questions one by one. But now you see the change. I haven't mentioned that which all topics I covered. I've just mentioned this is the topic for today's discussion. And then you all are coming up with your questions parallelly. What is happening? This is the agile training as well. Yes, we are not focusing on the full thing. We are just focusing on one thing at a time. People gaining agreements, we are resolving conflicts, building consensus, and then moving forward. That's the good thing with agile, everyone. Yes, Shivani said it may be difficult to decide on the timelines. No, let me make it very clear. Sprint planning, when we talk about the adaptive board, it's part of your planning that you decide before the start of the cycle what is going to be the duration. Like, for example, if I say release one and we decide together as part of the management team that for this release we'll have 2 weeks iteration. This is going to be fixed throughout the 3 month cycle. If you're not able to deliver something within a sprint, it may be like pushed to the next sprint. So we have this flexibility. It's not like if you promise that we'll deliver something and we're not able to, then there will be penalties. No. You have come up with certain estimates, you'll try to complete it. If not, that's pushed to the next sprint. Yes, so it's not difficult. It's very planned approach. It totally depends upon how management decides how to size these sprints. Usually you'll find 2 weeks duration, but in a few projects, it may extend to 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks, based upon what management decides. Yes, but what agile community suggests, the ideal duration of 2 weeks duration. Okay. Yes, Anna, Isha, Shivangi, Pavni, and others, are you all with me? Like we have SDLC of predictive, what do we have? As I mentioned, the same thing. It's not something different. You have to first, if you look at the differences, in SDLC also, what you were doing, you're first gathering the requirements, then development. The same thing happening in agile mode as well. But the only difference is that it's not the complete solution, it's the partial solution. Same things there in agile as well. It's a release within a release. But the only difference is the the partial release, part of the solution, not the complete solution. Okay? Yes. More details we'll discuss today. But the first thing is, Shivangi and others, are you all clear with this table that you all see on your screen? Is everybody clear if they ask you this question that what are the activities, what is the timing, what is the level of formality? Would you be able to answer such questions? Yes, Shivangi and everyone else. So this was about everyone. The first thing as part of plan business analysis approach. Yes, yes, so the other thing when solution updates, then development also updates. Definitely, yes. So as we'll come up with a new solution, the development is also going to increase. And by the end of the release, you'll have the complete solution ready and the complete, you may say, development being done. So that's how it works in Agile, the partial release concept, the iterations and the incremental delivery. Yes, everyone. Now, yes, correct. Now, everyone, I have a question for you all, Shivangi and everyone else. Let's dig deeper into this thing. And my question to you all is, in your slides here, the elements, Akshay, Pavni, and everyone else, based on a discussion, IBA should have mentioned that planning methods are of two types, predictive and adaptive. But to my surprise, but to your surprise, they have mentioned falls between Akshay, Pavni, Shivangi, Gajula, Isha, Ayush, and others. What do you all think, Anna, Rafael? What do you all think is the significance, the importance of these two words falls between? They should have simply mentioned that planning methods are of two types, predictive or adaptive. Why they are saying planning methods fall between predictive and adaptive? Any guess, any idea? It's a very simple question to answer. What fall between signify? Anyone? Not the requirement, something else. Lawyer saying we are typing. We know the answer. It's a basic one. Yes. Vivian is coming up with a very good answer. This simply means it's not something in black and white. There may be few things in gray as well. Yes. Not simultaneously, but there can be a mix of the two. Law, you're still typing? Okay, so the answer is this is the hybrid methodology. Like if I tell you about my project, we have fully transitioned to agile ways of working. But since I am the product owner, I come from a traditional background, so I always ask my team to create the BRDs. My BS tell me that in the next team, another team, people are not creating it. I think they're not creating it, but we'll definitely create it because this always helps. So what we're doing here, we are into the agile methodology, but we're also accepting some good practices from the old world. And this is a mixed bag. And this makes it the hybrid methodology. Some of my learners told me, I don't know about you all, but some of my learners told me that in their project, they still create the use cases, and based on the use cases, they then create the user stories. Although creation of use cases not at all required in the agile world, but they are doing it. Because there may be few people like me in the other projects as well who are from a traditional background and they prefer this thing. Yes. So this simply means, Shivangi and others, very basic thing, that it can be in any project that you're following the traditional ways of doing the things. It can be that you've completely switched to the new ways of doing the things. And it may be that in your projects, you have somebody like me, somebody like more experienced than me, and they are not able to forget, they're not able to absorb and accept all the new changes, and they're still going with some old traditional ways of doing the things. That makes your planning methods hybrid. Yes, law is saying you old people are not able to adopt the new things. Yes. So it's not about accepting the new things, it's about recognizing there was good things in the old world. Yes. You cannot simply say this is an old blood and replace it with young fellow like Isha. Yes. Old people have some good things as well. At least they're good in philosophy, good in giving you some good lectures. Yes. So so meaning to say planning methods can be of two types, predictive, adaptive. It may also be a mixed bag with a combination of good practices from both the methodology. and such methodology is known as hybrid. Yes, Shivangi, Isha, and everyone else, you all are with me, following the significance and meaning of false between. So, false between is a combination of the two. Best practices from both the worlds combined together. Now, second thing, everyone on your screen, formality and level of details of BA deliverables are based on the planning approach. Oh, sorry. So we discussed this thing few minutes back that in the predictive world we had the comprehensive documents as part of BA deliverables, and these are the form of BRDs, FRDs, FRS, SRS, release notes, user manuals, user guides, and all such documents. But now in the agile world, we have a new concept, a new terminology being used, and that is lightweight documentation. Using tools like Jira, Azure DevOps, and others. Yes, the Apex, the stories, and others. Yes, so Kirka, you have a very good point here. Element simply means all the important constituents or components within a given task. So if task is 1, then elements are like T11 plus T12 plus T13. So it's something like one task may have several elements, and all these elements combined together tell you about what are you going to do as part of a particular task. Okay, so these elements help you understand what are the important activities to be performed by a BM within a given task. Okay, so in simple words, Kritika and others, elements are the subtasks within a given task. Okay, everyone. Now the third point, everyone, let's discuss this thing. Third point is, and this for you all to answer, Kritika and everyone else. Let us suppose any activity is assigned to you. You all had this question a few minutes back that what exactly is the activity? Any activity. Let us suppose I say to functionally break down the requirement is one activity. Another activity is to manage the resources in your project. Another activity is to define all the non-functional requirements. The above guide says that if any activity is assigned to you, break it down into smaller fragments, into smaller tasks. Why do you all think it's an important thing for Kritika and others to break down the activities into smaller tasks when you plan for business analysis approach? How is that going to help you? If any activity is assigned to you, I mentioned few points. Let's see if you all agree with this thing or do you all differ and you have some questions for me. We are talking about, everyone, the work breakdown structure. Breaking down the activities into smaller tasks, and it has a few advantages as listed below. First thing is, everyone, it promotes granularity. That is analysis at the more fragment or atomic level. And what exactly happens, everyone, when we're able to decompose the things into smaller fragments, we're able to gain more information, more detailed view that makes the things simple to understand, and then your team is going to make less number of assumptions. Did we talk about the creativity tool in our live session? Did we discuss about this tool Let me show you that tool once more. Did we ever talk about this tool in a live session? Yes. So if you see here, the WBS template, let me share this link in the chat box with everyone. So let me ask you to create some WBS. So you can see here there's a lot of WBS templates. So let me open one of them. So what exactly happens is, like everyone, when we create a work breakdown structure, this would help us come up with more fragment level information. That's the first thing. If we have some fragment level information, it will help us in task allocation. Let us suppose I say Kritika is the lead BA or the product owner, and she's getting some requirements to analyze. She's creating some smaller features, and those features can be distributed among several BAs, and they all are working on those features. So it also helps in task allocation, and in a way makes tracking, monitoring, and tracing easier. And in turn, this helps in delivering better quality product to the end users. Third point, everyone, is a very important one. Let's read this third point. Third point says, everyone, analysis at the granular level helps to ensure that solution aligns with the stated requirements, and this helps to avoid the scope creep condition. What happens is, if you're able to come up with more simplified information, more detailed information, clear information, precise information, this helps everyone develop a clear understanding, and then chances to absorb creep. Creep is any redundant, duplicate, or unwanted component can be minimized. So they may ask you this question that why at all we should do this thing. This will always help us come up with more simplified solution, more detailed view of the solution, more granularities, more fragmentation, and that helps to avoid any creep, any redundant, or any duplicate components in our solution. And fourth point, everyone, is about something linked with point number 3. It also helps you define the scope. This helps to get clarity on the important requirement components, and in a way it will help you define the scope for the given set of requirements. Fifth point is summary of all the 4 points above. It says WBS promotes atomicity. Atomicity is all about granularity, fragment level information, low level information. So this is how point number 3 helps you in coming up with more accurate solution without any redundant or duplicate components. So I request you all to please read all these 5 points on your screen. I'll take a pause here. If you have any question, we can discuss. Else we'll move to the next point. Point number 6 is about 3 important techniques we will discuss in the sessions to come, like functional decomposition, requirements traceability, mind mapping. These all are going to help us perform WBS in a very organized manner. After each sprint, it will go to development, not all. If it is all, then it is your waterfall. If it is each, it is your agile. Okay, Gajula? So that's a good thing with agile, that after each, any one, you're done with sprint number 1, you're done with your development, you will go to the next one. So every sprint you'll find the development as well as testing to come up with a partial solution, not wait for all the sprints to be done. Sprints are meant for development and testing. Scope creep, we had discussed in the previous session as well. Let's discuss this in one more time. Whenever you find everyone, whenever you find, and you have a good question, and the answer is it's not documented, it's visualized. And you can see here all these templates are here. So WBS is generally visualized, and you can see all these templates. Let me share this link once more. So WBS is generally in the form of a block diagram, a chain diagram, kind of an organizational model sometimes. So it is generally visualized, not you can document it for sure, but the better approach will be you create some block diagram like this. Yes, Anna. Now coming to your question projector here, scope creep simply means when your solution has certain redundant or duplicate components. For example, let's take one example. In your hospital management system, you have one important feature book an appointment with doctors. Projector is filling this form and she is getting an option to select the doctors from the list of doctors here. You select one doctor, book an appointment, but when you reach to the OPD, when you reach to the hospital, you find that this doctor is no longer impaneled. He resigned from this organization, from this Mayo Clinic 2 months back. Now Prajakta is frustrated. She is not happy. She is saying that I have traveled 15 kilometers to consult this doctor and he is no longer impaneled. Why you have not shared this information with me before? So Prajakta, imagine if you are a BA, how you will correct this problem? What you will do then? As a BA, you will ask your development team that in the database add one flag as active or passive, and only active doctors should be displayed on the screen. Yes or no? If somebody has left, the flag should be P for him. If somebody is active, the flag should be A. And that way you'll be able to ensure that there is no scope creep. And why the scope creep is happening? This scope creep is happening because you have not come up with the detailed information. Update the list, yes, update the list so that you have the active doctors in the list available here, and there's no one who is no longer impaneled appearing in this list. So a scope creep, everyone, is when unintentionally or intentionally you find there are few things added to this solution and that's causing noise. That's causing chaos and confusion. That's not required, but it's part of your solution. Yes, Lois send notices when a doctor leaves to reschedule. Yes. And hide those things, as Shreya is mentioning. Yes, hide those things. If somebody is passive, his or her name should not be populated. It's a very simple. If you have to write this code in Python or in C sharp, it's very simple. If an else statement you have to write, and this helps you come up with this refined set of list. Is everybody clear with what is scope creep? So scope creep is, everyone, I have written the definition here. Let's read this. Scope creep is when solution grows larger in size and accommodates a few unwanted, duplicate, and redundant components. This causes components outside the solution boundaries to penetrate and become part of any scope requirements. Examples of scope creep, everyone. In HMS, if list of doctors at Mayo Clinic include some doctors, those are not impaneled, this is redundant information, scope creep. In canteen ordering system, yes, Veena is a very good answer here. Veena is saying that scope creep, to prevent scope creep, yes, I'll add just prevent. To prevent scope creep is about avoiding any redundant, duplicate, or unwanted information or any unwanted component. Yes, it's all about wrong, unwanted. Sometimes information is correct, but it's not valuable. Then as well, we have to remove those things. So it's all about the requirements that add value to your solution. Yes, sometimes what happens is we add a lot of things and those are not adding any value. So those are also redundant. So those are not wrong, but redundant in nature. Out of scope requirements, yes. In canteen ordering system, employees of nearby offices ordering food is again the scope creep. Okay? Is everybody clear with the scope creep? When I ask this question, Prajakta, are you clear with what is scope creep and how to avoid scope creep? You'll be able to avoid scope creep if you're coming up with more detailed analysis, you've done your proper research, you have factual evidences to, you may say, support your arguments. So this was about everyone, the WBS, very important thing. You all can use these templates to come up with the WBS. Now, I have one homework for you all. I hope you all have got access to the projects in your LMS, canteen ordering system, library management, WhatsApp, pen, HMS. Yes. Now, NI and others, the homework for everyone is in your projects, there is one task here. Write down the main feature that needs to be developed. Please check and confirm everyone. Is anybody able to find this task in your projects? Write down the main feature that needs to be developed. Now you all have to use the WBS template, something like this. You can use any tool of your own choice and then come up with a functional decomposition. And in tomorrow's session during Q&A, you all can share with me how you have worked on this task. And if you have any question, we can discuss. You just simply need to, let us suppose I say I'm talking about the HMS. So for the HMS, this is the first level. Next level decomposition can be patient registration, appointment with doctors, what else? Lab tests, medicines, what else? Your billing, and then decompose this one. So this way you all have to create one WBS for the task that you have in your projects. Is everybody fine with the homework? Any questions on the homework? Write down main feature that needs to be developed. And it's a common thing in each and every project, everyone. In WhatsApp page, you'll find it as task number 7. In HMS, you'll find it as task number 5. Okay. So work on this thing and then you can share your findings, your analysis, whatever you have documented in tomorrow's session. That's the homework for you all. Next thing, everyone, is the timing for the business analysis task to be performed. So timing, as we have discussed in that table, that timing is in the form of phases. This can be of 3 months. This can be of 6 months. Yes. And timing in the agile mode is in the form of iterations. Now, everyone, let me make it very clear to you all one more thing here. Sometimes they ask you this question in job interviews. They ask you, is iteration equivalent to sprint? Answer is no. If, let me explain this thing. If iteration is of fixed duration, Let us suppose I say in this 3 months cycle, I divide this into 2 week cycles or 3 week cycles or 4 week cycle. If I have 4 week cycle, then I'll have just 3 sprints. If it is 2, then it will be around 6 sprints. If this remains constant throughout the cycle, this fixed iteration is known as a sprint. But let us suppose I say my iteration 1 is of 2 weeks duration. Iteration 2 is of just 5 days, or you can say simply 1 week. 1 week is equivalent to 5 working days. Then 1.5 weeks, then 3 days, then 2 days. This is not fixed. And when it is not fixed, these variable iterations are not sprints. Here we come up with the terminology as WIP, work in progress. And when we have such iterations, everyone, in any agile project, such agile project is known as Kanban. And this one is known as Scrum. And that's why, if you all remember, when we were creating the credentials on Jira, I requested you all to select Scrum and ignore Kanban. The reason is Kanban is more for defect fixing, production support, and short duration projects. Scrum is more popular agile approach. The reason is it helps you in coming up with very organized structured development, since we have fixed iterations in the form of sprints. So that's about the timing for the business analysis task to be performed. The next important thing is the techniques. Now, elements we have discussed. Now, how to accomplish the things, how to work on those elements. We have few important techniques here. Today, we're going to talk about one very important technique, very popular technique, and a very important one, and that is process modeling first. We'll talk about brainstorming as well, but first we'll talk about the very important one, and that is process modeling. For process modeling, everyone, nowadays we have some very popular notations that we use, a very popular way of creating a process model, and that is using the BPMN. My question to you all is, what BPMN stands for and what exactly BPMN signify, everyone? This question only for those who are using BPMN in their projects to create a process model. What BPMN stands for? First question for everyone to answer. BPMN. BPMN is, if I say this PM is process model, then what is B? What is N? Yes. PM here is process modeling. And B stands for business and stands for notation. So business, process, modeling, notations, all those important symbols, images, icons, and all those important things, those may help us create one advanced flow diagram. Process modeling is about how well we are able to identify all the important process components from the inception till the completion, and how well we are able to arrange them, organize them in a sequence that makes complete sense. So let's look at one standard process model. Let's look at the BPMN diagram, and that is your Swimlane diagram. First, we'll look at the Swimlane diagram from the BACCM guide, and then we'll try to draw this using some BPMN notations, everyone. So let's see what is the Swimlane diagram and why it is so popular. So I'll take you all to your BACCM guide technique section, starting with P, process modeling, and let's look at the Swimlane diagram. This is the Swimlane diagram on your screen, everyone. I hope it's clearly visible to everyone. Swimlane role 1, Swimlane role 2. Is that clearly visible to everyone? Let's first try to understand why the name Swimlane, and then we'll try to decode what's mentioned in this diagram. Okay, let's first try to understand why the name Swimlane. I'll make it very simple for you all to understand this thing. Let us suppose I say this is one swimming pool. This is one swimming pool, and these are the 3 lanes in this swimming pool. Lane 1, we have Vaibhav, the trainer, Law as one of the learner, and we have Kritika here. Vaibhav is swimming in this lane, Law is swimming in this lane, and Kritika is swimming in this lane. Vaibhav finds that Law is very proactive. Law is swimming at a very swift and very high pace, and Law is swimming very swiftly, and he'll eventually win the race if he's swimming at the same pace and velocity. Vaibhav is the old fellow. What he does is he is crossing the lane, obstructing his path, confusing Law here, and reaching the destination first. This is confusing Law. This is also confusing Kritika. And eventually Vaibhav is reaching destination first. If I go with the general rules in any swimming competition, if there is one referee or if there's somebody who is watching this game, do you all think Vaibhav would be declared a winner? In this case, no. Why so? Why do you think Vaibhav is not the winner? Vaibhav would be declared a winner. He is doing cheating. He is violating certain rules. If I talk in terms of process, if Vaibhav is process number 1 and Law is process number 2 and Kritika is process number 3, Vaibhav is bringing about a change. He is switching from this position P1, let us suppose X1 to X2, but at the same time, he is causing certain adverse impact to parallelly running processes. That's why he is rejected or disqualified. So what exactly, everyone, is the purpose of Swimlane diagram, everyone? Law and others. The purpose is, yes, purpose is that when you are coming up with the solution for any given set of requirements, you have to also think that your system or your process is not autonomous or independent. Your system may have certain important integrations. Your system, in most of the cases, is linked to other systems. Like Ritika is talking about cross-system, cross-functional, and there may be several things linked with your system. So it's an important thing that you do proper impact analysis and ensure that when you're bringing about the change, it's not causing any negative impact adverse impact to the parallelly running processes or the sub processes. That's the intent, that's the importance of Simplilearn diagram, everyone. Is everybody able to understand this thing? Or do you need some more examples? I can give you all some practical examples. Yes, definitely. Yes, we have the lifeguards. Yes, let's just talk about those. Let's talk about what law is mentioned. Law is saying that do you have the lifeguards here, or do you have certain important restrictions to do this thing? Yes. Let's talk about those things now, Sachin and others. Let's take one very simple example from my project and see if that makes sense to you all. I'll take a very simple example. So in my project, we have one registration form that we generally ask our users to fill. And in this form, we have like details like a username, the address, the age, the educational qualification, and we also have like the comment section where you can provide some comments. And then we have submit, and also we have reset button. This is one very basic form that we have in one of our application. And if I count, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 important fields for user entry. I was having a discussion with my business users, and they said, Weber, in our application, we also need one more feature. And they said, like, we want that there is one upload feature added here. And when I asked them the reason why do you need this upload feature, what's the context? They said, like, we are getting some details from the users, but we also need to validate. Like if Sachin says his full name is Sachin Raghuvanshi, so he should upload some document where we can actually validate whether it's a full name or not. Yes. So, so there's some scanned copy of the documents people can upload so that we can verify at our end. So this seems logical to us. I said, okay, we'll implement this. And so they said, how much time do you think it will require for you all to implement this thing? So I said, it depends. Let me talk to our development team and then I'll answer this. When I had discussion with my development team, with my technology manager, they said it may take around 3 to 4 days to for us to implement this thing. So after 4 days, they shared this thing with me and they said, this is done. You can test it and you can pass on to the testers if you think it's good, and then you can share this with our users for the demo. So I was testing this upload feature, everyone, and I tried to upload few PDFs, few images and everything, and I found that performance was good. Within few seconds, it was loaded and form was getting successfully submitted. I was about to say that this is working fine. But then I realized one thing, everyone. Let's focus on this point here. Then I realized that this upload button is there. But before the implementation, we had the last field as comments. And this is missing here. Now, the actual number of fields here is 4 plus 1, this upload feature. Ideally, it should be 5 plus 1. One field is missing. So I asked my developers that why this comment is missing. It was a very important feature for us to gain the feedback from the users. So why you have removed comments? So they said, Weber, we have not removed comments. What we are doing is we had a section width defined. We have not increased the section width. We have just added one more field. As a result of that, the comments is now hidden. So I said, why it's hidden? It should be appearing on the screen, else user will not be able to provide comments. They said, this is something, a miss from our end, and we have to come up with the solution for it. Now the solution is either we can add one scroll bar here so that all these fields are visible, or we can increase the section width. Increase the section width would make it unstructured or make it like a screen that's different from other screens. So I suggested them to add this scroll bar here. Don't you all think this should have been analyzed at their end itself, or this detail should have been provided by a BA himself? Because due to this error, everyone, yes, and this is a very good point here, that who is giving a solution here? Solution that I'm providing here is something in collaboration with technology team. A solution that I'm providing, they are agreeing to it. If they're not agreeing, then we have to come up with another solution. Answer is not the solution architect. Answer is you as a BA. You are going to provide a solution, and solution architect should agree with it. Architect should not provide a solution. That's something happening most of the providers, that they provide a solution, and at the end they'll blame BA, that BA was not providing. That's why I did this thing, and BA like somebody is going to be blamed at the end. So you have to provide a solution, not rely on the solution architect. They should just agree to what you are saying. If they're not agreeing, you should come up with another solution option. Now, what we learn from the story, everyone, here is that when we are bringing about the change, we have to ensure that existing functionalities remain intact. And imagine if I would have passed this thing as a product owner and testers would have found this issue. This is one important type of testing that we perform in any project. What is this testing known as, everyone? When you find that a new requirement is a compromise with the existing requirement. If new requirement causes some issues with the existing requirement, what is this type of testing known as? This is a regression testing. So to avoid any regression error, to avoid any bug, BPMN is like a prevention better than cure. You are going to find bugs, you are going to fix it. That will be back and forth discussions. To avoid all such things, it's an important thing that you create a Swimlane diagram. Swimlane diagram will help you understand what are the sub processes, what are the existing functionalities, and accordingly you're going to come up with the solution that's going to help you come up with the change. That's a continuous improvement, not the series of bugs. Is everybody able to understand the importance of it? If theoretical part is clear, we can go ahead and draw this. Once we'll draw this, we'll gain more clarity, everyone. Shall we move ahead and draw this diagram using one tool that is going to help us develop better understanding around it? Yes, Vijay and everyone else. Yes. So let's draw this one, everyone, now using one tool. So today we're going to talk about the very basic tool. We're going to talk about it. What is the difference between the two? We can discuss. But let's first discuss about creation of it. In our live session, Kritika and others will talk about 7 different types of testing: sanity, regression, integration, functional, and everything. There you'll get the answer to this question. But let's first create one diagram using this tool. And you all can parallelly draw this thing. Let me share the link. Please click on this link. And I'm saying, so lane 1 current functionality will be reflected and lane 2 will having the additional. Yes, provided your requirement is linked with several other systems. Their Simlane is very important to create. This will help you understand whether the new thing that you're coming up with is causing any adverse impact to the existing functionalities or even the new functionalities. Okay, so let's draw this. Once we draw this and others, we'll gain more clarity. Okay, so please check and confirm. You all can give me a thumbs up on this link. Is everybody able to access this link? appdiagrams.net. I'm starting with a very simple tool, a free version that you all can use. Yes. Now here everyone, you all can bookmark this link, a very useful tool. Why I'm saying useful? Because this can be easily linked with your Jira as well. So this can also be linked with your Jira. So that's a very good tool. Now here everyone, if you all just expand this advanced section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sixth row and fourth column, you'll find here horizontal swim lane like this. Please check and confirm. Just click on that link and you'll be able to drag and drop horizontal swim lane on your main screen, the main widget that you see here. Yes, let me repeat. Advanced section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is everybody with me? Or do you all want me to repeat this thing? I can repeat. If you're not able to do this thing. Everyone, Ramesh says yes. How about others? Shall we move ahead? Yes, let's move ahead now. And let's try to draw this. Not seeing advanced section. You'll see just below the miscellaneous one. General, miscellaneous, and then advanced. Rafael is able to see this thing, giving a thumbs up. How about Anna now? So Anna, just general, miscellaneous, just below these two sections. You'll find it. Anna with me, or you can share your screen with me once we are into our Q&A time. Okay, got it now? Perfect. Now, you can mouse over everyone. After advanced, Bhavna and others, within advanced, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sixth row and fourth column, you just need to click here and you'll find one pool on your main screen, on your main grid, the way it's appearing for me. Okay, so app diagram, then advanced section, and then sixth row, fourth. Yes. How to change it? You have all these options. You can plug and play with this and change it. Okay. Let's draw one thing. Let's draw one diagram here. For pool, you can mention here canteen, double click, and you can change it like the way I'm doing it. Canteen ordering system. Lane 1 is about the registration. Lane 1 is registration. Registration. Lane 2 is about, let us suppose, the food menu. And lane 3 is about the payment gateway. Registration or login, simply you can say login. These are the three important lanes. Now we have to create one BPM and diagram, Swimlane diagram. So it's an important thing for us to know what are the important BPM symbols and notations. So for that thing, I'm sharing with you all one link. You all can give me a thumbs up if you're able to access this link. BPM symbols explained. I'm sharing this link in the chat box. Please click on this link and confirm. Is everybody able to access this link that I just shared with you all? Yes. Now you all can see here, everyone, that here it's mentioned. You all can go through these videos as well. I'll just summarize. You all can see here to create a BPM diagram for messaging, you have to use this message symbol, timers, escalations, conditions, links, errors, and activities for tasks. You have to use the rectangle for task for sub process, the dotted one, transactions, call symbol. These all are few important BPM symbols and notations. Sequential flow, message flow, associations, swim lanes, start, end. These all are mentioned here. Groupings, data storage. So the homework for you all is that you all have to read through this, and if you have any question, you can discuss with me. Now, using these symbols, let's draw one diagram. So what we'll do is we'll simply go to general section and we'll use this circle because as per the BPM notations, we use circle to start the process. So you can use this circle and start with login. You start first, then you can use this connector with start, and then you can add one rectangle like this, and here you can mention enter username. Then after username, next thing can be enter your enter password. Then the one-time password. And if all this information is correct, then what we'll do is we'll add one decision box here. And here we'll mention that is info valid. If it is yes, we'll go to the next lane. And here user can view the food menu. Now you can see here, I think Law, you had this question that do we have any checks or validations? So you can see here that before moving to food menu, we are validating whether the information is correct or not. To avoid any user who is not part of Unilever, he or she should not be able to. What we are doing is to nullify the impact to ensure that only valid users are able to order food. We are having this important security check here. If information is valid, you're going to the next lane. And if information is not valid, what will happen is you have to enter the details again. And 3 times you enter details incorrectly, your access is locked. So if the information is not true, if it is no, then you're going back. If it is yes, you are then allowed to order food. And then you may add a few colors to it to make it look more attractive. So you can add colors and other things. Color should not be the priority. No, this is not a sequence diagram. Sequence diagram is based on UML principles that we'll discuss later as part of design. Sequence is for solution design. So we'll talk about design aspects as well. In sequence, we'll talk about synchronous calls, asynchronous calls. That's completely different thing. Okay. But yes, it's in sequence. You're focusing on synchronous calls. It may look very similar to this one, but this is not a sequence one. Okay. Now, everyone, we have created one basic process model here, basic Swimlane diagram using some basic BPM notations. I can show you all some sample projects wherein learners have created some very good, very attractive, and some very good BPM diagrams. I'll just show you all a few of them. If I can show you some of them here. Like if I talk about HMS, Hospital Management System, Shreya Kasturi, and let's see what she has done. She has created such a brilliant one, if you see here, such a good Swimlane diagram. Patients, hospitals, hospital billing, and look at this, such a beautiful diagram on your screen. Yes, some of you would be thinking that he himself is giving such a bad diagram and he's showing us some good diagrams. Yes, so it's for you all to draw, not for me. Even here, you can see such a good diagram. There's no color, there's no cosmetic, but such a good diagram. Yes, Shivangi and everyone else, so you all have to work on this thing in your in your projects. There is one task wherein you all have to, let me see if we have a flow diagram here as well. Yes, look at this one, such a good diagram here. Admin, user, system, and how well she has structured and documented everything here. So in your projects, everyone, there is one task here that talks about create a future process map. Please check and confirm, is everybody able to find this task in their LMS? Create future process map. Here, you all have to create one Swimlane diagram. So apply the same logic that we have discussed here. You can create some attractive visuals, work on this thing as a homework, and then in our next session, during the Q&A time, if you're interested, you can share your screen with me or everyone else, and together we can discuss on your questions if you have any around these Swimlane diagrams. Learners who are planning to switch to transition to BS profile, people who are looking forward to become a certified analyst. For them, learning this technique is very, very important to know the BPM and standards and to know how to create this Swimlane diagram. And also one more thing, everyone. Once you are familiar with this thing, once you know how to create this, you can also add this thing to your resume that you know how to create swim lanes process models based on the BPM and conventions. It is going to attract the recruiters for sure, everyone. Companies are looking for the analyst who knows how to work on these process models. It's an important thing. Okay, so for now, you all can focus on this tool that we have discussed, app diagram. In our tomorrow session, we can talk about the lucid chart and other important tools wherein you can easily create certain attractive Swimlane diagrams. So there are a few more software that we can talk about, like Lucid one. Let's see if I have the access of now. I can show you all few Lucid diagrams as well. Let me show you if it's there. So Lucid is also a very good tool. Lucid chart. So you can create the Lucid online flowchart maker. It's a very good one. So Lucid can also, we'll talk about it, how to create simulations using Lucid as well. But first, try this one, app diagram, and create some visuals. Simple ones, everyone are. Let's talk about everyone. And the interesting ones, brainstorming and workshops. Now, I'm 100% sure that each and every learner present here, all of you, you have been part of brainstorming sessions and also the workshop sessions. Now, everyone, my question to you all is, what's the difference between brainstorming and a workshop? Or do you all think it is one and the same thing? These questions are open for you all to answer. Very simple technique. Brainstorming and workshop. What's the major difference between the two? Or do you all think it's one and the same thing? Not same. So I'm not saying not same. If it was same, then you won't be asking this question to us. That much we know now. Projector is saying brainstorming is about n number of ideas. Shivangi has a very good point. Brainstorming, and you're saying that brainstorming is not an enabler. Brainstorming is analyzing. Analyzing what? Not same. And I saying workshop is demanding. Is demoing okay? Yes, demoing the things. Yes, absolutely wonderful, Anna. Thank you for your answer. Let me explain this. Let me explain this with the help of a very simple, basic example, and you all have to accept few things. So you have to accept that this is the brain, not the pair of kidneys or lungs. Yes. So imagine if this is your brain. Difficult to believe, but you have to believe that this is your brain, not your brain, anyone's brain, not the lungs or your kidneys, brain. And this is the right side of the brain. This is the left side of the brain, everyone. So, what is the role, everyone, of the left side of the brain, and how is it different from the right side of the brain? Why do we have this right side of the brain? What's the main function? People who are interested in biology before they became the analyst. What's the role of the right side of the brain? Right side of the brain is about, everyone. Anybody give an example? Right side is about the images. When I say I don't know about right, but I know about left, left is about the analytics, maths, logic, reasoning, and this is all your creativity. Yes, Veena? So everything is coming from left side. What your right side is doing? Right side is looking at the images, colors. Yes, images, colors. And nowadays, a very important thing that we cannot live with, without which we'll die, natural death, reels. Yes. So images, colors, reels, what else? Cosmetics. These all are part of your right side. So emotions, yes, emotions. So if this part is not functional, it's fine with me. Yes. Shivangi, after 3.5 hours, if this side is not functioning well, I'm fine with it. Need not to worry on this part. But this part should be fully awakened. This part should be fully active. And what is brainstorming, everyone? Brainstorming is about generating ideas from the key stakeholders with the help of their lateral thinking and cognitive mind. It's the initial step to start with your business analysis work. I remember somewhere you talked about crying today. Yes. So collaborate, talk to talk to the different stakeholders, have a discussion with them, generate ideas, and those ideas may help you start with the analysis work. This is a starting point. Generate ideas, ask people to share their experience, and all such things will be part of brainstorming. And it is considered to be unstructured in most of the cases. Unstructured. Questions, ideas, discussion, all of those things happening. And the intent is to gain more ideas. But here, it's completely opposite. Here, it's not about initializing the things. Here, it's about finalization. Here it's about closure. And closure by training people, by mentoring them, by resolving conflicts and build consensus, by accepting the feedback, the review comments and making changes and then closing it. So workshop is more about the enabler. Workshop is more about finalization or a closure to move to the next thing. So workshop is more about gaining consensus. Workshop is more about the trainings, mentoring, and all such activities to resolve conflicts and build consensus. And that's completely opposite to brainstorming. So that was about everyone, the brainstorming versus the workshop. Last topic for the day, the last thing to discuss here is everyone, lessons learned. Lessons learned, everyone, is very similar to one of the agile ceremony. Visualizing workshop is like generating quantity by following agenda. Not exactly generating, but it's about the quantity or a quality that everybody agrees to. Workshop is more about bringing everyone to the common platform. Workshop is more about making everybody agree and gain consensus on certain important agenda that you have already discussed with them. Okay, so workshop is more about enabler. Workshop is more about gaining consensus by providing certain training or certain important detail around the given topic. That's the workshop. Okay, Rajula and others. Now the next thing everyone, lessons learned. Lessons learned everyone is very similar to, or I should say synonym to, one of the agile ceremony that we are using nowadays in most of the projects. Which agile ceremony can be equated with lessons learned technique, everyone? Which agile ceremony are we talking about? One of the agile ceremony that can be associated with lessons learned technique. And what are the four agile ceremonies, everyone? In agile, we have the daily stand-ups, then we have a sprint planning and the grooming sessions. Then we have a review or you may say demos. And what is the last one, everyone? Before we close this sprint, what's the last agile ceremony, everyone? This should be a simple answer for everyone. What's the last agile ceremony? So, managers, can you clearly see my screen or is that not visible? Feedback, but feedback is given in which agile ceremony? Answer is retrospective. We're talking about the retrospective meetings. Yes. So lessons learned that you want is about the retrospection. Successes, opportunities for improvement, failures, recommendation for improvement. I can easily remember since the last 30 minutes, let me share one story with you all here. When I was new to the corporate world, my very first job, working as a software developer then, with understanding of .NET, the Microsoft technology. So as a group, we all were hired more than 15 plus developers. And we used to make a lot of mistakes in our coding and programming. So our managers used to come up with some philosophical statements like, if you're doing a mistake, it's fine. Everybody is doing it. It's something wrong and everybody is committing mistakes. But if you repeat on your mistakes, it's no longer a mistake, it's a crime. And you'll be punished for that. But if you still not learn from your crimes and you keep on committing it, it's no longer a crime. It becomes sin in the eyes of God. Now, if you commit a sin, we won't be punishing you. God is going to punish you. So don't go to that level. Commit mistake, it's fine, but do not repeat on your mistakes. Yes. So if you look at the depth of this statement, so nobody then dare to commit a sin. Everybody is committing the mistake and nobody is going to the third level. So lessons learned, everyone, is about how we learn from his mistakes, successful, what are the success we had in the current sprint or the current release, opportunities for improvement, failures, and recommendations for improvement. Now, everyone, in your Jira, you'll find one lessons learned template. So let's look at this one. I hope you all have your Jira page open. On top, everyone, on top, you'll find here the Jira icon, and just before that, four small squares. If you have your Jira page open, you just need to click on this one, and here you'll find one another Jira product, that is Confluence. Just before the Jira icon, four small dots or squares. If you click on that, it will help you toggle to Confluence. If you click on Confluence here, it will take you to the Confluence, and here you can create a new page. So if you click on create, you can create a new page, and here on a new page in Confluence, you'll find here three horizontal dots. Click on this one, and then you'll find your templates and imports. And here you'll find one lessons learned template as 4 L's of retrospective. You can see here this template that's very popular in most of the projects. So 4 L's of retrospective: milestones, loved, longed for, lost, and learned. List what you loved about your work. List what you wished you had while working. List what you didn't like about the work. And list what you learned. And these L's, 4 L's, everyone, if you're able to capture, then it will help you come up with a proper action plan so that you not repeat on the mistakes. You're coming up with continuous improvements, and you keep a track of all those unsuccessful events, successful events, and then come up with a strategy accordingly. So this 4L retrospective template, they can ask you this question in your job interviews, that if you have to organize on retrospective meeting, although it's a job of a Scrum Master, but if you have to organize such meeting, what are the important things that you'll focus upon? So you can talk about 4 L's of retrospective. Okay. Navigation, everyone, is, let me repeat, to navigate to this page, let me start from the beginning. So this is your main Jira dashboard that we created. If you're not able to find Sushil under the 4 dots, you can go under apps. Go under apps, explore more apps, and here you'll find Confluence. So if at all you're not able to find it there, you can find it here under more apps. Okay. And very simple thing is, you can click on these 4 dots and then Confluence here. click on conference. Yes, then click on create button, new page, and within a new page, everyone, these three dots, click on these three dots, and then templates and import, and then you can search here for 4Ls retrospective. Yes, and also you'll find here one more template, that's the lessons learned. So I'll just show you all the lessons learned as well. We have here one more template. Let me check. Just search it here, like lesson. So there is no other lesson. Just 4Ls will find it here. 4L retrospective. Yes, the top banner beside Jira, 4 dots. Let's start with this topic now, everyone. The topic is plan stakeholder engagement, plan and approach for establishing and maintaining effective working relationship with the stakeholders. And how you do that? Yes, Laura, you can come with your question. And how you do that? By identifying the stakeholders and analyzing their characteristics. When you identify the stakeholder, when you try to identify the stakeholders and analyze their characteristics, this combined together, is known as something is known as stakeholder analysis. One question for us is stakeholder register is what we use to get yes. You can maintain the stakeholder register. You may also, if you all recollect, in the BRD that we had discussed last week, if you all let me share the link once more with you all. In the BRD that we had discussed last week, you all can click on this link and confirm if you are able to access same BRD that we discussed last week. You all can see here, even in the BRD, we come up with one important section as approvals. So what exactly this means? You have to maintain somewhere the details who is authorized to provide this sign-off. Whether you need the approvals from project sponsor, business owner, project manager, system architect, development lead, user experience lead, quality lead, or the content lead. So you have to list down all the key stakeholders and then see who all are required, which all the stakeholders are going to provide the sign off. Yes, so and today we'll talk about it, how to create the ratio matrix, the stakeholder matrix, the onion diagram. Those all things would help you understand how to perform stakeholder analysis, how to identify the key stakeholders, and then come up with the plan to define the decision-making authority. Law and others, in our BABOK guide, just after the stakeholder engagement, the next task in the list is governance. To your question, Law, the answer lies in the governance model of the project. You'll see here, while planning the governance approach, you can see here who has the responsibility for analyzing the change request, who has the authority to approve the changes, and how changes will be documented and communicated. These all things are done as part of the governance approach. Yes, so you can even say this thing that Who is providing the sign off? This depends upon the business analysis governance. In the governance, you'll get to understand that who has the authority to approve the changes. Not everybody in the team can provide the approvals. Not every business user is authorized to provide it. Yes, the change board, what Anna is mentioning here, is the right answer. You can get this information from the change board or even a register that law is talking about. So the moral of the story, Anna, law and others, is you have to identify and define the authority. Who has the authority to provide the sign off? That's an important. If you're clear with this thing, we can move ahead. If you need some more examples, I can give you all a few more examples to understand this thing better. Is everybody clear with this thing? If they ask you such question, how you are going to answer them? Yes. So the answer is, the moral of the story is, do not name anyone like PM is going to approve it or sponsors. Come up with more organized answer that will check who are authorized to provide the sign off, which are the stakeholders are part of decision making authority, and accordingly we'll reach out to them for the approval. Yes, yes, Prajadeep has a very good point here that who will decide and how will come up with the business analysis governance. Yesterday we had discussed this thing. If you look at the governance, 3.3.7 is the stakeholders. So in order to come up with business analysis governance model, you will have a discussion with the domain subject matter expert, project managers, regulators, and the sponsors. These all stakeholders are going to help you come up with the business analysis governance. Yes. So projector have those, the list of approvals, the level of approvals, the plan for approvals, those all details will get from business analysis governance model. Okay, getting my point? So that's part of the business analysis governance. Our next topic, once you're done with plan stakeholder engagement. Yes. So, and that's a good discussion that we're having at present. Thank you everyone for your participation. So it encourages me to cover the things in detail here. So projector and others, you're coming up some very good questions here. The answer is the proper governance would always help you understand which all stakeholders are part of decision making authority, which all stakeholders are authorized to provide the sign off, and then accordingly you may reach out to them to gain consensus, approval, sign offs, and then you may start with the implementation. So governance is the next topic. Then we'll talk about these things in detail. Yes. So coming back to our topic here, everyone, we're talking about stakeholder analysis. And the stakeholder analysis, everyone, includes identifying the roles, the attitude. Attitude is about your behavior or your responsibility or your behavior. Decision making authority, level of power or influence of the key stakeholders. Sometimes I get this question from the learners that what's the difference between power and decision making authority? Can anybody answer this question? If let us suppose Prajakta and Vijendra are powerful and influential stakeholders in any company, and Vijendra and Anna are the decision makers, what's the difference between the two? What's the difference between a powerful or influential stakeholder as compared to a decision maker? Or do you all think it's one and the same thing? Anna is saying power can change the decisions being made. It's a very good answer. Thank you, Anna. Vijayendra is saying he can influence the decision making but has no authority to do it officially. Absolutely wonderful, Vijayendra. Yes. We're getting some wonderful answers. I don't think I need to explain more now, but let me make it very simple for people who are new to the analysis world. Let us suppose I say I'm talking about company ABC and handling the project XYZ. ABC company CEO, CFO, board of director or chairman, these all are powerful and influential stakeholders. But if I say in XYZ, we have one product owner or a project manager providing the approval from the requirements, these are the decision makers here. They are the decision makers, but what Anna is mentioning here, powerful means that they can turn their decision. They have this power, but most of the time they do not get involved in these activities. So that's the difference between the two, everyone. Decision maker is somebody who is having the authority to provide the approval for the sign-offs. Yes, everybody with me on this thing? So when you perform a stakeholder analysis, we have to identify the decision-making authority, level of power and influence of the key stakeholders, role and attitude. You all can make a note of this thing, mark with an asterisk, learners who are preparing for the job interview. They may ask you this question that what are the important areas to focus upon, important things to cover as part of the stakeholder analysis. The stakeholder analysis helps you understand who is doing what, that is role and responsibility, who is doing what, and along with that, the decision-making authority and level of power and influence of the key stakeholders. So question that they may ask in your job interviews is, how do we perform stakeholder analysis? What are the important things to focus upon? What are the key focus areas when you perform stakeholder analysis? So Prajakta and others, as part of stakeholder analysis, you are going to identify and define roles. Role is more about the designation, profile, or your position. Like role can be of a business analyst. Role can be of a project manager. An attitude tells you about their responsibilities, what they are doing as part of the project. Yes, Prajakta and others. So this is about the stakeholder analysis, the first element in the list. The second thing is everyone, the stakeholder communication needs. Yesterday, I think I'm not able to recollect the name. Maybe it was you, Jagan, who talked about communication. Yesterday, something around communication you mentioned. Yes, the stakeholder communication need everyone is the second element. And let me share one story with you all here. And let's see how many of you are able to understand the moral of the story. Not the moral of the story, basically, this is just something that I came across. So, since I'm part of the uh, interview panel, job interview panel in my company, so I get few questions from the HR that these questions you have to add in your discussion. You may add few more questions, but these are few questions that you have to ask the interviewer. So one of the very traditional and very favorite question of the HRs is like, what is your strength as a business analyst, or what is your strength as a product owner. So I was interviewing someone who had more than 20 years of experience into your development, testing, and analysis for the product owner's role. So I asked him this question that if you can summarize in one sentence your biggest strength as a business analyst. And he came up with a very beautiful answer. Let me share his answer with you all. He said that Vaibhav, in these many years in the corporate world, I'm now fully confident. Now I can say that I know how to communicate non-technical requirements to technical stakeholders. Now look at the depth of the answer. Look at what exactly he's trying to say here. He's saying that I know how to communicate non-technical requirements in a way business requirements to the implementation team. So he's telling me that he knows business well, he knows how to document the things, he is well equipped with all those skills, those help him understand the business requirements, talk to the business stakeholders. At the same time, he also knows how to come up with the solution to fulfill the demands or the challenges faced by the internal team. So what is second element here, everyone? Second element, everyone, is about you talk to people, you have a discussion with them, having in background, having in your mind, you know what is their background, and you talk to them accordingly. The stakeholder communication needs. When you talk to the business stakeholders, focus on the business objectives, business drivers, background, understand the context, understand what are the business needs. And when you're talking to your implementation team, you have to ensure that they understand what product needs to be developed, why it is getting developed, what are the business benefits, so that they're able to come up with a better quality solution. Now, Jagan, Projector, and others, let us suppose today I communicate something to you all. I share some information with you all. What's the next I should be prepared with? What do you all think should be something that I should be prepared with when I'm sharing some information with my learners? My learners may come back with their questions. Maybe few things are not clear to them and they may ask questions like, Projector, like, please repeat the question. Or they may come back with their questions, ambiguities, clarifications, feedback, review comments. Then what is my role as a trainer, everyone? My role is to collaborate with them, talk to them, maintain free flow of information, resolve conflicts, build consensus, make them understand. Yes, some may say again I'll start crying. So yes, so here you have to focus on the first pillar only. You can cry, that's your personal choice. But the main important thing is that you have to collaborate. Collaborate in the sense you are working as a team, you maintain free flow of information, share all the details, resolve conflicts, build consensus. These all things will be part of stakeholder collaboration. So you all can see here three important elements. Perform stakeholder analysis, first thing. Understand who is doing what, who is the decision maker, who is influential stakeholder. Then come up with the plan to communicate with different stakeholders based upon their background, their skill set. And the last thing is, once you communicate something to others, they may come up with their ambiguities, questions, problems, issues. You have to come up with a plan to resolve conflicts and build consensus. These are the three elements on your screen, everyone. I'll take a pause here, wait for your questions before we move to the next one. Simple to understand. Any question from anyone? Stakeholder analysis, the stakeholder communication needs, and stakeholder collaboration. Questions, queries, anything that you all want to discuss? Simple to understand, yes. Now let's talk about, everyone, few important techniques. Those may help us plan for stakeholder engagement. And the first one on the list is, everyone, stakeholder list, map, or personas. And here we have three important methods. One is the RACI matrix, then the stakeholder matrix, and then the onion diagram. These all methods are going to help us plan stakeholder engagement. Let's talk about the first one in the list, the RACI matrix, and let's see what exactly RACI is all about, how it is created, and what's the practical significance behind it. So what is RACI? RACI, everyone, the full form. What RACI stands for? Responsible, accountable, consulted, and the informed metrics. Now, if you all remember, in our first session, we had discussed about responsibility versus accountability, if you all recollect. This is one sample RACI matrix on the screen, everyone. The task, the key stakeholders here are A, C, I represents your RACI matrix. This is the overall summary of different tasks and then the associated stakeholders. This is one way to represent it. It's a holistic view, but ideally you'll find one task at a time. You can create a RACI matrix and define all these stakeholders. So this is one sample here to make you understand how you can document this thing. Okay. So this is about, everyone, the RACI matrix that helps us perform the stakeholder analysis and understand who is doing what. Next matrix the list, everyone, is the stakeholder matrix. You all can see here on y-axis, the vertical one, we have the influence, and on the x-axis, we have interest and impact of the key stakeholders. Now, I'll take you all back to your 8th standard and I'll ask you all a few questions. If this is quadrant number 1, this is quadrant number 2, this is 3, and this is 4. My question to you all is, listen to the question carefully and then answer. Vijayendra, Shivangi and others. If influence of the stakeholders is high, and at the same time, interest and impact is also high, then which quadrant you'll opt for? Let me repeat the question. Question is, if influence of the stakeholders is high influence, and interest is also high, highly influential, highly interested, then out of the four quadrants, which one you'll opt for, everyone? Which one is high region? Answer is 2. And this 2 is the quadrant where you may find decision-making authority, people authorized to provide the sign-off, stakeholders providing the details on the requirements, and so on. So quadrant number 2 is about work closely with the stakeholders and engage with them effectively. You talk to them, you have a detailed discussion with them, gain more information from all these key stakeholders, and eventually get the sign off as well. So, this is the most critical quadrant for any business analyst. And you work closely with these stakeholders and engage with them effectively. Imagine Vivek, Anna, and others. You have some highly influential stakeholders in your company like CEO, CFO, board of directors. These all are some highly influential people. But since they are involved in miscellaneous activities, they're not interested in what Vivek is doing in his project, in what Anna is doing in their project. They're just interested to know about the overall success of the project. So if we have highly influential people, but they have no interest in the project work, then which quadrant you opt for, Anna and others? Highly influential, but least interested. You go for quadrant number 1 and ensure that the stakeholders remain satisfied. That's why you all must have observed this thing, seen this thing, that in most of the projects we have a town hall after every 3 months, the annual events after every 1 year. Why do we have such activities? To share with them the overall progress, the overall success, so that they remain satisfied. Now let's take another example. Let us suppose I say we have Shahzad with us and we have Anna with us. Anna and Shahzad are the two new joinees. They are two new joinees, company ABC, and they are college pass out. Yes? College pass out with zero experience. So their influence is minimal. They won't be able to influence anything. But since Anna and Shahzad are the young blood, they are energetic, they are enthusiastic, they are ambitious, they want to learn and grow. So they are highly interested to know about the work items so that they can start working on those things. If the stakeholders are having least influence and high interest, then which quadrant you opt for? Which quadrant talks about high interest and low influence, everyone? We are talking about quadrant number 4. In quadrant number 4, everyone, you'll generally find people like testers, people like developers, operational support, and others. They may not be involved in decision making. They may not be taking some decisions in your project, may not be that influential, but since they are going to work on some critical work items, it's an important thing for you to inform them. Vijay, you had this question a few minutes back. What's meaning of informed? Are you now able to understand what's the importance of informed? Informed means that you may not be having the detailed discussion with them. You will not involve them in your critical decision making meetings. But when it comes to sharing the information, you share everything, all the information with them so that they can develop, test, or provide operational support, whichever is their responsibility. Now, let us suppose I say Shahzad and Anna are new joinees and they have not been allocated a project yet. They are the bench resource. They are the bench resource means that they're not allocated the project yet. They're not part of the project yet and they are waiting for the allocation. So they are least influential and least interested in what is happening at the project level because they don't have access to anything at present. In such cases, when influence is low and at the same time interest is also low, then which quadrant should opt for everyone? And there are 4 quadrants here. Which one do you all think represents low influence and low interest region? Yes, the answer is 3. 3 is about low influence, low interest. That is, monitor to ensure that stakeholders' interest or influence does not change. So this is your stakeholder matrix on your screen, everyone. I'll remove everything from the screen, make it a clear screen. Request you all to read through what's there in 4 quadrants. Try to connect with what you're doing in your projects. 3 is important, everyone. Let us suppose I say, let me take one example and we'll understand why 3 is important. Let us suppose I say Shivangi we have with us. And Shivangi is a new joinee. And Shivangi is on bench at present. After 1 month, Shivangi is allocated to the project, and now Shivangi is one of the senior product owner. Then what you'll do as a BA? You'll push Shivangi to this quadrant, yes or no? After 3 months, we got to know that Shivangi is having 25% stake in this company and she is going to join the board of directors. So you have to push Shivangi to this quadrant. Yes or no? After a few months, you get to know that Shivangi is joining here as a senior developer. So you're going to push her to this quadrant. And Lois with a very good point here that priorities might change. It may be that Shivangi is on bench at present. There is no role assigned to her at present, but maybe after a few days or few weeks, she is actively involved in the project. So you have to come up with the plan to classify her or move her in other quadrants. Are you with me, Prajakta, here? So three is important. Three is important to monitor the changes. Are you with me? It may be that she's not that influential at present, but who knows, after 3 months, she becomes part of board of directors. Okay? I'll share one very funny story with you all. I was part of one project, and this reminds me of that funny story. So I was part of, I'll just tell you the name as well. I was part of TCS for a very long time. And we had one client. This was a UK based bank. I'll not name the bank, but I'll just tell you this was a Pioneer Bank, UK bank. And here we had one project manager. And we all used to report to him. Yes. And there was one of our team member who resigned from TCS and switched to another company. After having like around 2 to 3 years in this company, he got the opportunity to work in this bank as a senior manager. And now this manager who used to shout at him day and night, he is reporting to him. So, so what is happening here? This simply means the priorities may change, designation may change. Somebody may not be influential at present, but it may be that in time to come, he or she gets into some another important role. So it's an important thing to monitor those things. Are you with me, Prajakta and others? So the moral of the story is, yes, yes. So, and I think karma coming back, yes. So, so, more, so more of the story is that no. More of the not to switch the job. More of the story is BA must be proactive and BA must come up with a proper stakeholder engagement plan. Yes, so it's an important thing for a BA to come up with a stakeholder engagement plan, whom you are going to talk to on a frequent basis, which are the stakeholders you have to inform about everything. You have to communicate as I think Jagan, you were talking about the communication yesterday. So communication is very important. You communicate the things to other. You transfer the information, and you also like are involved in discussion with senior management and ensure that they remain satisfied. So this is what we are doing in. This is what we are trying to learn as part of this topic here: plan stakeholder engagement. And these four quadrants helps us understand how we'll come up with the engagement planning, how we'll interact with the key stakeholders based upon their influence and interest. Now look at this matrix once more, everyone, and see if this makes clear sense to you all. See if all these four quadrants you're able to understand the significance of it. And if you have questions, we can discuss. This is important for those learners who are preparing for job interviews. In your job interviews, they ask you this question that how do we create a stakeholder matrix? What is on the vertical axis? What is on the horizontal axis? And what's the practical significance behind it? So influence is on the vertical axis. Interest and impact is on the horizontal axis. And we have four quadrants. First one is about the senior management. Second one is about the decision makers. The third one is about the least priority. The fourth one is about informed set of stakeholders. Yes, Purnima is saying that I cannot understand the difference between impact and interest. If I show you the same diagram, that's a good question. It's a good cache, Purnima here. Let me add a red heart to this. This is basically the extra creativity of our content team. If you look at the BABOK guide, you'll get to understand why I'm saying extra creativity. Because in the BABOK guide, if I take you all to this diagram, it is just impact. Interest, these people have added to avoid plagiarism, I believe. Okay, so don't get confused between others. It's only influence and impact. Okay, so all these impacted stakeholders are always interested. So interested is something, you can take it as a subset of impact. If you are getting impacted, you have to be interested. Yes or no? If you're not interested and you are getting impacted, then you can think about, you can imagine about the results. Okay? So don't get confused, just focus on the impact. You may ignore the interest. Interest is something that's a subset of impact. Okay? So Babcock is not talking about it, it's just influence and the impact matrix. Yes, Purnima, with me on this thing? Yes, so this is about your stakeholder matrix, everyone. The next thing is, everyone, the onion diagram. Onion diagram, everyone, is relatively simpler, not that popular. But one very good thing with this diagram is this helps you classify the stakeholders based upon their involvement with solution delivery. In solution delivery, everyone, you'll find people like project manager, implementation subject matter expert, testers, BA. These all are part of solution delivery. Now, this question is for you, Purnima and others. When we deliver a solution, who is going to use it? Who is most impacted by it? Whenever any solution is delivered, who is most impacted by it? Yes, imagine Bhavna is the end user, Anna is the end user. And when they start using the product, they are not very clear with some of the features. They are not able to operate the product well. Who is going to help Anna and Bhavna here? If Bhavna and Anna need assistance to operate or use the product, who is going to help Bhavna here? The help desk, you generally talk to the help desk and they provide some assistance, yes or no? So end users in the help desk you will find in the next level. And when you are using a product, when you start using a product, you're paying for it, the benefits are realized, analyzed, and justified by the sponsors and other industry experts. And then the ultimate benefit goes to the customer along with suppliers, regulators, and others. So in this diagram, you all can see here, there are 4 different layers, and this helps you classify the stakeholders based upon their interaction with solution delivery. So that's your onion diagram. Not that important, not that popular, but yes, it may help you divide the stakeholders, classify them into smaller groups based upon the interaction with solution delivery. So this is about, everyone, the onion diagram. So we have not discussed all the 3 methods here as part of the stakeholder list map or personas. So here we have discussed about the RACI matrix, the onion diagram, the stakeholder matrix. People are preparing for the CBAP examination. You all may create one short form here as ROS. ROS. R is the ratio matrix, O is the onion diagram, S is the stakeholder matrix. Three important methods to perform stakeholder list map or personas technique. Yes, everyone. Next technique, everyone, in the list is the very important one, and that is mind mapping. Let's see what is mind map, why it is becoming so popular in the agile world. When I talk to people, I talk to my learners who have recently completed their PG program or the master program in Simplilearn. And in most of the cases, they tell me that in the job interviews, they ask them questions around mind mapping and how to define the features and how to organize the backlog. So let's see, everyone, why mind mapping is becoming so popular, although such a simple technique, and how you'll answer these questions in your job interview if they ask you questions around the mind mapping. So let me first open one mind map, everyone, and then we'll discuss some job interview questions here, how to create this mind map, and what's the practical significance behind it. All such things we'll discuss. But before that, let me show you all one mind map, one taxonomy of the mind map, and then we'll have a detailed discussion. This is one mind map on your screen, everyone. My question to you all is, from your sixth standard mathematics, and my question is this diagram linear or non-linear? Question is open for you all to answer. You have one figure on your screen. Name of the figure is taxonomy of a mind map. My question to you all is this, you'll get the answer in a few minutes once we'll talk about this thing in detail. My question to you all is this diagram linear or non-linear? If linear, why? If non-linear, why? This diagram, everyone, is a non-linear diagram because it is split into branches. You all can see here there is a main topic, and with this main topic we have topic number 1, topic number 2, topic number 3, topic number 4, and then for topic number 2 further decomposition. So what is happening here? You all can see here in the theory part here, it's mentioned a mind map has a central main idea. Now you get the answer to your question, Anna, here. A mind map has a central main idea supported by secondary ideas or topics, followed by as many layers of ideas or subtopics as necessary to fully capture and articulate the concept. Now, this concept can be related to your requirements. This concept can be related to your any task that you're performing. This concept can be any important activity that you need to decompose and analyze. So the mind map, everyone, in simple terms, let's try to understand this thing with the help of one example. Let us suppose I say my main topic is hospital management system, HMS. Main topic is hospital management system. And I'm having a discussion with Raphael, Anna, and others. And I'm asking my learners, my team members, to come up with some topics around this main topic HMS. Anna says that Weber for HMS, I strongly recommend, my analysis says that we should have a proper mechanism, a proper structured way to create a patient ID so that the appointment with doctors and other related things can be more structured and organized. And then Raphael says that for patient ID creation, we should have a patient registration form that talks about the medical history, that talks about their address, a scanned copy of the documents, and other things. And at the same time, we also need to ensure that the NFRs are clearly defined so that environmental conditions are not causing problems. We have Shivangi with the Shivangi says that apart from patient ID and appointment with doctors, we should also look into the inventory. Inventory and ensure that we have proper supply of medicines, surgical instruments, biomedical devices, yes, and all such things. If somebody from, let us suppose Vijendra is from the commerce and economics background and he says that above the billing part is very important. The accounting, the insurance reimbursements and other things. So what is happening here? Here, this example was of the requirements mapping. Here you can see here that we had one high level requirement that was decomposed into smaller chunks and then again divided. And here we have come up with a proper breakdown structure. We are decomposing, we are analyzing the main topic at the most atomic or the granular level. So what is a mind map, everyone? To summarize, I'll write one equation. Let's see how many of you are able to understand this thing. Summary of the discussion is mind mapping is equal to brainstorming plus non-linear diagram creation. Is everybody able to understand this thing? And now everyone else. This simply means if you are discussing few things with the key stakeholders, you are generating ideas from the key stakeholders, give it a shape. Shape in the sense you create one non-linear diagram and make a note of all those suggestions, group them together and create a taxonomy of a mind map. Mind map is going to help you not only define the high level requirements, but is also going to help you come up with a description, the details of low level requirements. It is going to help you decompose the main topic into smaller fragments and analyze the things at more granular level. So that's why it is becoming more popular in the agile world. So if some requirements are given to you, and if you're able to create a mind map, it means you're able to divide the epic into smaller features, and features can be done into smaller stories. So if I say this is one epic, these are the features, and these are the user stories. If you're able to come up with something like this helps you articulate the business vision to the key stakeholders. Is everybody able to understand the importance and significance of it, mind mapping? Yes or no? Any question from anyone? Going to remind everyone else, simple to understand mind map. Yes? Now for the examples, Vijendra and others, the good thing will be, the best thing will be to look at the examples from creatively. Like, this is a mind map, everyone, website building mind map. And let me copy this thing in your chat box. Please click on this link and see if you're able to access this link. So let us suppose I say you have to create one website. This is the main topic, Vijendra. Subtopics, subtopic number 1, subtopic number 2, subtopic number 3, subtopic number 4, subtopic number 5. For 4, this is further decomposition into T41, T42, T43. This is T51, T52, T53, T54, and so on. T11. Are you getting it, Vijendra and others? This is how you can create one mind map for the main topic. So in simple terms, Vijendra and others, it's about decomposition or able to find certain important sub decompositions. For the sub decompositions, a breakdown of the main central topic. That's the mind map, everyone. Let's take one more example. Understand this better. This is the website building mind map. Let's look at few more. Let us suppose you're talking about the about me mind map. About me. So you can see here. Let us suppose this is Vijendra. Vijendra is the main topic. Personal info, your experience, the languages that you know, the skill set, the hobbies, the contact info, the education, achievements. These all can be the important topics to be discussed. Yes, Vijendra, if you are there in any interview, and then you can talk about these things in detail, that would be further decomposition. Is anybody following? Not exactly a prototype. See, prototype has a different meaning. Today, we'll talk about prototyping as well. I have given you all one homework to go through the batimes.com, and I shared one topic with you all, the article. So we'll talk about this thing today, Jagan. So it's not exactly a prototype, everyone. Is about a preliminary version of a product used for design and demonstration. But here, I understand what you're trying to say, Jagan, here. The intent may be very same as prototype. Yes, the intent may be same, but here it's not exactly a prototype. This is more about everyone. Whatever ideas that you are getting, you are giving it a shape. People talk to you, people share some information with you, you are creating several branches, and you're coming up with more detailed view of that discussion. Okay? Why I'm saying it is not like prototype? The answer you will get once we'll talk about POC prototype today. The intent here is to define each and everything around the main topic in a more atomic manner. Let's take one more example. Let us suppose I say I'm talking about this one. A risk analysis, probable risks, time, expected expenditure, running out of resources, environment, and technical. If I just stop here, this can be equated with prototype. But we are not finishing here, Jagan and others. We are dwelling deeper into it and we're coming up with more details. That's why it's not a prototype. It's about breaking down the central topic into smaller fragments. And that way you'll be able to gain more clarity, bring in more transparency, and this would also help you reduce the level of assumptions. That's why mind map is such an important thing to do in any project nowadays. And the very important and a very good tool that you all should know, that you all should practice how to create the mind map is the lucid chart. Lucid chart is the industry specific, or you may say this is the one that is accepted by most of the organizations, lucid chart, and this helps you create some very attractive visuals. So let me see if I can create one here with my account, although my previous license was revoked. Let's see if it works here. I'll show you all. So you can see in this lucid chart, and here you have some very attractive mind mapping templates. So if I open one of them here, lucid chart mind map template. So you can see here that main central topic in the middle, like HMS, Hospital Management System, patient login, billing, yes, medicines, these all can be subtopics, and then several decompositions to come up with more atomic level information. So, Prajakta, if they ask you this question in a job interview, that what's the practical significance of mind mapping? Mind mapping helps you articulate your business vision to the key stakeholders by creating one non-linear diagram. Mind mapping, everyone, is about, if you look at this one, mind mapping is a form of note taking that captures thoughts, ideas, and information, non-linear diagram. And here, the main objective is to articulate and capture thoughts, ideas, and information. This helps you come up with more details around the given set of requirements. Jagan is saying, is that something that may help us decompose high level into low level requirements? Yes, this is the main important thing, what Jagan is mentioning here. Let me add a red heart to your answer here. So, Pranita, you're getting the answer from Jagan here. Jagan is saying that it may help you first define the high level requirements and then functionally decompose them into low level fragments. So you can see here, everyone, there are few important things mentioned here. Business analysts use mind map to think through and generate ideas on complex concepts or problems. Explore relationship between various facets of the problem in a way that inspires creative and critical thinking. You talk to the people, you brainstorm, you generate ideas, and then document everything. And then present a consolidated view of complex concepts or problems. So if large set of requirements, if high level requirements are shared with you, mind map is going to help you simplify the things by breaking down the main central topic into subtopics and subtopics into several subtopics. And in a way, mind mapping is based on the work breakdown structure principles WBS. Mind map is something that will help you come up with more granular information, more detailed information. And that's why it is so important in the agile world. Okay, because in the agile world, they focus on lightweight documentation. They won't expect you to create 20 pages to mention the initial requirements. They'll prefer a diagram like this. They'll prefer a lucid chart diagram like this. Okay? So, my suggestion to you all would be the homework is for you all to create your credentials for the lucid chart and try to create a mind map for your projects. Okay? Try using lucid chart. This especially for those people who are preparing for job interviews. This will help you learn how to work on this lucid chart, and then you can add this thing to your resume as well. Okay, because if I ask you this question, project and others, that which all tools you are using to create the mind maps in your project. So you can talk about, you may discuss, you can tell them about the lucid chart, you can tell them about the app diagram. Vijayendra is saying that is this something that may help us list down the stakeholder? Definitely yes. It may be for the stakeholders as well, yes. But for stakeholders, Vijayendra and others, let me tell you, for the stakeholders, we do not prefer mind map, we prefer organizational model. Let me show you this one. So this is a better technique. You can use mind mapping as well to come up with a list of the stakeholders. But in the stakeholders, the problem is you also have to come up with the hierarchy and lines of communication. And that may be a difficult thing to do in mind mapping. So Vijayendra, if ever you are trying to come up with the listing of the stakeholders, you should prefer an organizational model over your mind map. This is a better way to list your stakeholders. Create one organizational model or organizational chart. Here you'll be able to establish the hierarchy, the lines of communication, the escalation matrix, and all such things. Okay, so you can do this thing with the help of mind map, but the better technique, Vijayendra, is organizational modeling. Okay, business analysis, governance. But before we start with this topic, okay, so let's discuss this topic now. This topic is very important, everyone, I must say, especially for people who are new to the analysis world. Governance is very important for everyone to understand. So let's focus on this topic now, everyone. Business analysis governance. Let us suppose I say, everyone, to make it very simple for people who are new or people who are not into analysis world, but they're planning to switch to analysis world, for them, if I remove this business analysis governance and I just say governance at the country level for any country in the democratic setup, we have a democratic setup and a governance. Governance in democratic setup is having three pillars to it. What are the three pillars to governance in any democratic country, everyone? In a democracy, a government has three important components to it, sections to it. What are those three important pillars to governance? Any part of the world. One is the, can anybody try before I answer this? In any democratic setup, the three pillars to governance. And what is the role of government in any country? Apart from corruption that we all know, their moral legal responsibility in every country. Apart from that, what are the key responsibilities of the government? What's the role of the government in any country? Whether it's a federal architecture or architecture like that we have in our country. So, governance has three important pillars to it. One is the legislation. Legislation, it may be through a parliament, a senate, in simple terms, people's representatives. First thing, legislation, wherein all those policies, rules, and all such things must be, you may say, created, documented. Those may help people. Yes, some law and order and all such things. Legislation is one of them. Another one is, apart from legislation, you have the judiciary, the judges, the Supreme Court, the High Court, and lower court, civil courts, and all such things. And also we have one more, the executives in the form of defense. So ultimately what happens, everyone? These things would help you in coming up, as Purnima is mentioning, a welfare of the people. People are able to enjoy their independence within the permissible limits. Independent doesn't mean you'll do anything and everything. So certain items, certain work, certain things being done within the given limitations. And similar thing happens, everyone, when you talk about governance at the project level, everyone. Governance at the project level means how decisions are made about the requirements and designs, including the reviews, change control, approvals, and also the prioritizations. Business analysis governance, everyone, stands on four pillars, the four elements, and these elements are change control process, plan for prioritization, decision making, and plan for approval. Now, Vijay, you had this question around plan for approval, so we'll discuss this in detail here. So these are the four important pillars to governance, business analysis governance. Now, this question is for people who have been into analysis for a long time, or people who have got some good experience into the business analysis world. What is a change control process, everyone. Only for those who have worked on it, only for those people who have some good experience in business analysis role. How you will define change control process in one sentence? What is a change control process? And why it is so important to define it as part of planning and monitoring? Anyone can answer. Even the even if you're new, you can answer based upon your prior understanding. And I saying, okay, I'll rephrase your statement. And I saying to minimize the deviations in the given set of requirements. Is that what you're trying to say, Anna? So, Kritika, my question is, what is the change control process? What's its practical significance? And why at all it's needed as part of your business analysis governance? Yes, Vijay is saying, and I'm saying kind of, okay, so not fully agreeing with me, okay. Vijay is saying that change control process is an activity to make changes in a controlled environment within a given context. Answer is right, but I doubt, is this your statement or you've copied it from somewhere? It's in a very structured and very organized answer. It's a good answer. If you've answered yourself, it's a wonderful answer. Yes. Law is saying that it's a structured process used. So then it's truly yours, and then I'll add the red heart to your answer. Law is saying that it's a structured process used to evaluate, approve, reject, and track modifications to requirements, scope, or solution after they have been baselined. Absolutely wonderful answer. Thank you, Law, for coming up with such a brilliant answer, such a good answer. Let me explain this thing, everyone, with the help of some very simple example. Let me explain this, and I should add a red heart to your answer, Law, here. Wonderful answer, such a good one. And let me make it simple for everyone to understand this thing. A very household example for everyone to be very clear with how it works, and then we'll have the good example to understand this thing. Everyone. Let us suppose I say this is one tap here. Tap with on and off capabilities. And there is one bucket underneath this tap. People with good experience may even ignore this example. This is only for those who are new to the analysis or to understand the change control process here. A very simple basic example. This is one bucket and this is one empty bucket. Requirement is to fill this empty bucket completely with water. Fill this bucket with water. What do you all think must be the first step or a first thing to do as part of change control process here? First important thing is to turn on the supply so that water goes in and this bucket is then getting filled with water. But is your job over when you turn on the supply? No. It's also to track and monitor this flow of water when water reaches to the brim. When bucket is completely filled with water, what's the next step? Next step is to turn off the supply. And this In most of the cases, we forget in most of the projects, and that leads to errors. Yes, we trigger the supply, we start working on the things in a very enthusiastic manner, but when it comes to draw the line, when it comes to limit our solution, there we find it difficult to draw a line. Meaning to say, change control mechanism simply means you are bringing about the change within the permissible limits. Limits with regard to solution scope, limits with regard to cost and budget, limit with regard to timelines, and several other factors. So let's read few things, everyone, from the BABA guide and understand change control process in a very detailed manner. So if I take you all, how are you saying impact assessment? Definitely yes. Definitely yes. So you have a very good point here. Look for the impacts and ensure that you come up with a proper change control mechanism. Let's look at this one, everyone. Let's read this thing together, everyone. It says, when we're talking about, everyone, the change control process, it's an important thing for us to first determine the process of requesting changes. How do we request for the changes? How do we come up with a plan to come up with some change requests? When changes can be proposed? Who can propose the changes? And how change requests are communicated? Second thing is determine the elements of the change request like cost and time estimates, the benefits to be realized. You're talking about how many the impacts, yes, to look at the risks, the priorities, the course of actions, how the changes are going to be prioritized, how the changes are going to be documented, how these will be communicated, and your point, Hamid, again, determine who will perform the impact analysis. So you have a very valid point here. Yes, impact analysis is one of the major analysis to be performed as part of change control process. Specify who is responsible for performing an analysis of impacts the proposed changes will have across the initiative. And also determine who will authorize the changes. So in a nutshell, it's all about bringing about the change within the permissible limits. When you're bringing about the change, you have to come up with the process, the details, how to propose a change, who is going to propose that change, how you will communicate those things. If somebody asks for the cost justification, do you have the proper analysis to provide the cost and time estimates? How much effort is required? What are the benefits to the user? What are the uncertainties or the risks? So those all things must be part of change control process. Now we have discussed the theory, everyone, Hamid and everyone else. I have one practical example, and let me ask you all one question. Yes, so let me ask you all one question. Let's see how many of you are able to answer my question. My question to you all is, imagine you are a business analyst and you have to come up with the details around the change control mechanism. And the situation is, the scenario is, everyone, scenario is, Hamid and everyone else, in the current state, Unilever UK employees have food or lunch in the cafeteria and they wait for the tables to be vacant so that they can sit and eat. This is the current state. And the change is online meal ordering. What do you all think should be the major pointers to define the change control mechanism? Hamid, if you had to perform the impact assessment, which one do you think, which pointer you may add here that is something linked to the impact assessment? We have law, you're talking about the structured process to evaluate, approve, and reject track modifications. So, based on your statement, what do you think should be the important pointer that you can add as part of change control mechanism here? So, what do you think? 5W8 is your analysis. My question is, what is the analysis finding? 5W8 is for you to perform enough. My question is, what you'll get out of 5W8 here? Like Hamid is saying, cost and user experience, the wonderful answer. Apart from this, what else? So Hamid is saying user experience or usability is something that he is going to focus upon to ensure that people are ready to use a new product. Impact in terms of what? Vijendra, Law, Kritika, and others. What do you all think can be part of change control mechanism? If you have to ensure that you turn off the supply and water is not overflowing from the bucket, think from that perspective. The bucket example that we discussed, what do you all think? Shivangi is making a very good point. Shivangi is saying that we may come up with certain time slot that in between 12 noon to 2 p.m. afternoon, you may order lunch. And if you order after this, you won't be able to order. There will be some restrictions in the application. So, Shivangi, you have a very good point here. Good one. I'll give you a thumbs up. Hamid is saying risks. So, Hamid, you're coming up with all the answers. Let others also talk about this. Else, we'll cover all of them. Yes. How about others? So Shivangi and Hamid are coming with some brilliant answers. How about others? Think about it, everyone. Imagine if you are creating this canteen ordering system app. What are the important things that you'll add so as to so as to have a change within the limitations? Everyone, think in that dimension. Don't you all think you should come up with only for employees working from office? That's a very good point, Shahzad. Yes. So I've listed three important points here. You all can see here. What Shivangi was mentioning, the very first point, employees may order food between 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. One employee, one order in a day, secured payment gateway, well-defined menu, food order, proper authorization, authentication, that it's a valid user. As Shahzad is mentioning here, only for employees working from office. So proper authorization, authentication for that. Scalability more than 1500. And Akshay Singh tried to give food within the break time. Yes. Food delivery. Akshay is talking about the non-functional requirements, NFRs to be met. So in a way, we are able to come up with few important pointers. Those may help us define the change control process. Now, Hamid, since you're coming as a very good answers, Akshay and others, my next question to you all is, Shivangi, Law and everyone else, do you all think, is that possible to implement all these change control processes in one go? Or do you all think you'll have to rank them and implement them one by one? Can you imagine implementing them in one go? No, you have to implement them one by one. Now, slot wise, yes, Sushil is saying slot wise, Shwangi is saying one by one. Rank them and implement, yes, enough. It in iterations, absolutely wonderful, Akshay. Now, my question is a very simple question. Let's see how many of you are able to answer my question. My question to you all is, I'll take you all to the Jira page and then ask you all a few questions. MVP, Shara talking about the MVP. Today we will talk about it. In another 15 minutes, we'll talk about it. Let us suppose I say I have Piyush test project and in the backlog, okay, not this one. Let's see if in another project I have something. Even here, just give me a second, everyone. Let me create, if you just give me a second, let me open another Jira page here. Yeah, this one. It's not available, just give me a second. Yes, this one. So, my question to you all is, everyone, I have 3 stories in my backlog and I'm planning to push one of them in the sprint number 1. One story is a login page, first one. Second one is payment gateway. Another one is food delivery. My question to you all is, which one do you all think can be pushed to sprint number 1 and why and how you do that? Imagine you have 3 items in your backlog and one of them you have to prioritize in your sprint. Which one you'll prefer? Which one you'll select? On what basis you'll select one and ignore others? Why login? Why not payment gateway? Why not food delivery? Bhavna is okay. Let me make it to do now. So Rafael is saying I'll go with login page because you are following the sequence, or you are saying I'll go with the dependencies, extensibility. You're talking about extensibility, but somebody may say that the money is more important for me. Even if login is disabled, it's not working fine, I'm good. But the payment gateway should be working fine. Somebody may be more interested in cost. So is the sequence the only factor to consider? Gajura is saying that we'll focus on sequence. It may be the cost, it may be the rules to be implemented first. Yes or no? Here comes everyone, the importance of prioritization. The second pillar, everyone, we have talked about Here comes everyone the importance of second pillar, and that is plan for prioritization everyone. Change control process may have n number of things, but those n number of things cannot be implemented in one go. That's why we need a plan for prioritization. And for plan for prioritization, everyone, you mentioned this already. Pavni is saying that I have already mentioned this thing, and this is happening with me since yesterday. Yes, but one very important thing is, Pavni and others, in plan for prioritization, it's an important thing for us to apply the Moscow analysis. What is Moscow analysis, everyone? Very popular one, very simple one. What is MO? What is S? What is CO? What is W here, everyone? It is must have. What is S here, everyone? Should have, could have, and this is won't. But the thing is, my next question to you all is, what is must have and how you'll define it? Here comes the importance, here comes the importance of the prioritization factors. In order to rank the requirements, in order to come up with proper prioritization of the requirements, in order to define what is must have, what is should have, what is could have, what is won't, it's an important thing to first decide on the prioritization factors. And in our BABOK guide, everyone, there are total 8 prioritization factors mentioned. Let's discuss them now in detail. And what are those 8 prioritization factors, everyone? Let's talk about those factors now. And this is the homework for you all as well. Page number 88, BABOK guide. If you all can parallelly open this page. Prioritization, everyone, can be on the basis of benefit. What I think was mentioning benefits few minutes back. Hamid, you are talking about the benefits. So benefit can be one criteria to prioritize. Penalty, prioritization on the basis of cost, risks, dependencies. Now, you all were talking about dependencies. When you say login page, then create food menu, then payment gateway, in a way, you are saying that dependencies you will consider. But here you all can see that dependency is not the only factor. It may also be time sensitivity. Let us suppose food menu takes lesser time and you have to share something with the users. It's an important thing to develop something very quickly and very fast. And this is taking more time, this is taking more time, so you'll implement this thing first. So it depends upon what exactly the prioritization factor, everyone. So time sensitivity, Shivangi is saying that who will analyze these things? And what's the answer? Who do you think will analyze this thing on your behalf? No one. You have to do it yourself. Yes, this is your analysis. This is something that you have to analyze, discuss, collaborate, cry, and get and gain consensus from everyone. So you have to provide this thing. You have to do your analysis and see, talk to people and understand what exactly is and how the things are going to be prioritized. So you have to provide this information to everyone. Yes, based on your analysis. So time sensitivity, stability, regulatory or policy compliances. So Shivangi and others, your analysis that you have done, this thing you have to discuss with decision makers. They are going to provide the approvals. They are going to provide feedback if your planning is not proper, if your information is not accurate, and if there are some modifications required, they'll suggest. And then finally, the approvals before you move ahead and implement this thing. So to answer your question, Shivangi, you are going to provide this information to the decision makers to gain their feedback and approvals. Once it is approved, once it is signed off, then the same thing can be followed in the project for the backlog management or for the requirements analysis. That's the importance of everyone, the governance. Governance helps you list down all the change control processes, do your analysis, Shivangi and others, and come up with the information regarding the Moscow, what is the must-have requirement, what is the should-have, what is could-have, discuss and agree with decision makers, and come up with proper plan for approval so that people do not deviate from the original discussion. Okay? Everyone with me on this thing? Following this thing? I have one question for you all here. And let's see if you are able to answer this question. Question is, everyone, I'm not sure that I've discussed this question with you all before or not. If we have discussed, then we'll skip this. If we have not, then let's discuss this question in detail here. This question. Did we ever talk about this question in a live session? No? So let's discuss this question now. And then I'll come back to your question, Rafael. An organization won a project for an e-commerce website. We've discussed, if you have discussed, then we can leave this. So why I was planning to discuss this question, the main reason was that you have to validate the things. You have to, whatever analysis you have done, it has to be discussed with decision makers. There must be proper plan for approval so that it's discussed, agreed, and then they are not deviating from the original discussions. You have the proof, you have the evidences. So when we talk about governance, everyone, there are 4 important pillars to it. Change control process, plan prioritization approach, decision making, and plan for approvals. And we have few questions here. So Shivangi, I have answered your question. So you have to provide this information by performing detailed analysis and get it approved by the stakeholders authorized to provide the sign-off. Yes? I hope you are fine with the answer. Rafael is saying, even though prioritization matter does work, order in agile process can follow parallel. Now, this is also a very good point that Rafael is talking about. Rafael is saying that we can rank the things fine, but ranking and parallel processing may go hand in hand in agile. Yes, definitely yes. You have ranked the things for the current release and you're working on it. And parallelly, you're also planning to rank the things for the upcoming release as well. So that's a good thing happening in the agile world, that it's not about ranking of everything in one go. You may rank the things in iterations as well. That's a wonderful thing that you're mentioning. And thank you, Rafael, for mentioning this thing. So Rafael is saying, if change control process has n things, so in agile, it's not about ranking all n in one go. Yes, we can divide n by 10, n by 20, And the smaller things that we have, partially we can rank them. Is that what you're trying to say, Rafael? And that's a very good point. That's what we discussed yesterday. That in Agile, it's not about ranking everything in one go. It's not about analyzing everything in one go. We may come up with iterations and partial prioritizations. Those may help us prioritize the things in the sprints. So let us suppose I say there are n items and we are clear with only 4 items. Then also we can go ahead and manage our sprint with these 4 items. And then 4 more items in the next sprint, then 4 more items in the next sprint. So that way, we may come up with iterations to divide these process into smaller fragments. So absolutely wonderful, Rafael. It's something linked with what we discussed yesterday. Completely agree with you, 100% agreement to your statement. Not discussing with all the stakeholders. Let me make it very clear. Here's one thing as all the stakeholders. Another one is key stakeholders. All means everyone involved. Key means decision makers. Are you with me, everyone? Following this thing. Or if you need some example, I can give you all some example. Let me give you all an example to understand this thing. Let me give you all one example. Example is I have created one document for you all, Bhavna and others. Let me share one document with you all. And let's discuss this thing now. In your drive link under examination preparation, there is one document as stakeholders. In our first session, I had given you all one homework to read through page number 1. Okay. Now let's focus on page number 2. If you look at this page number 2, everyone, you all can see here there is one matrix. It's kind of a truth table. And you all can see here that when we plan for business analysis approach, this X represents the presence of the stakeholder, be domain subject matter expert, project manager, regulator, sponsor is involved. When you plan for stakeholder engagement, then these many are involved. Governance, these many are involved. Information management, these many are involved. And performance improvement, these many are involved. Shivangi and others, if I ask you all this question, that for the first knowledge area, BAPM, which all stakeholders are the most critical ones or the key stakeholders in the very first knowledge area? Key means involved in every task. Check and confirm and answer. Which all stakeholders are the most important ones involved in each and every task? By looking at what BABOK guide suggests, look at this example and see. Dev is not at all involved in planning. If you see here, operational support is not at all involved. Testers are not involved. Answer is BA, domain subject matter expert, and sponsors are the most important stakeholders as per the BABOK guide, and these are the key stakeholders. If I say which all stakeholders are not the key stakeholders, are the ones who can simply be ignored when you're planning and monitoring the things, then the answer is testers should not be part of planning. They're not part of it. Operational support, production support are not part of planning. And even your fellow developers are not part of your business analysis planning. They may be involved when you're coming up with solution design, but in your niche analysis, the dev have no place. You should do it on your own. Okay? Because if you involve them in planning, then your solution may be implementation biased. Okay? Are you getting it? So you may get such questions in your job interviews, in your CBAP examination as well, that high importance, low importance, which all the stakeholders are the most important ones in knowledge area number one, and which of the stakeholders are least important. And such matrix is going to help you answer such questions. Is everybody able to decode this matrix? Are you able to understand what this X represents? X means presence. And similarly, Bhavna and others, this is for all the 6 knowledge areas. So go through this once and see if this makes sense to you all. The reason why again I've shared this matrix with you all is that not everybody in your team is authorized to provide sign off. Not everybody should be involved in the discussions. Not everybody should be involved in the approval process. You have to be selective. You have to define the authority along with the managers and work accordingly. That's the all of the story. Yes, everyone. So this is your governance model, the 4 important pillars to it. Change control, plan for prioritization, decision making, and then the plan for approvals. So I'll take a pause here. Wait for your questions if you have any. Think logically. See if you have any question for me. You can put it in the chat box. I will still move to the next topic and the last topic for the day. Bhavna giving me a thumbs up saying, yes, I'm with you. Following everything. Yes, Rafael. Thank you so much, everyone, for the confirmation. This was about the governance model. And the last thing, the last topic for the day and others is information management, everyone. Relatively simpler topic, information management. And let me first ask you all a very basic question. What are the important popular information management tools that we all are using in the agile world nowadays? Name few information management tools that you all are using in your projects or if you have heard of. Jira, Confluence, what else? Jira and Confluence are the same company, Atlassian, the Australian company Atlassian. What else apart from Jira? Is there any competitor? Jira, the rival company, Rally, yes, Rally is one of them. DevOps, yes, Azure DevOps. Like in my project now, I'm not using Jira. I'm using DevOps. Azure DevOps because now I now since I've worked on both Jira and since I've worked on both Jira and Azure DevOps, I find DevOps more useful now. DevOps has far more features as compared to Jira. So DevOps is also, yes, so Jira we're not using, but there's a lot of companies using Jira. Jira is the most preferred one, the pioneer one. But apart from Jira, Azure DevOps is also or you may say gaining more, you may say popularity nowadays, since this is owned by Microsoft. We have Rally, we have tools like Trello. Is anyone using tool Trello for documenting the stories? Anyone? Trello? No? So Trello, Rally, Jira, Azure DevOps, these all are free information management tools, everyone. Now, storing information, we all know. Storing is a very important thing, that you come up with an organized approach to store the information. But another very important thing as part of information management, everyone, is access. The access rights. And here comes, everyone, the importance of role and permission matrix. Role and permission matrix. To come up with access rights, to come up with selective privileges, to prevent any information loss. Here we create the crude matrix, everyone. What is the crude matrix, everyone? What crude stands for? C stands for? A very simple question to answer. CRUD matrix. Some say CRUD, some say crude. Create, read, update, and the delete matrix. I'll give you one example on a lighter note. In my project, I am one of the senior team member. I'm the product owner, but my fellow developers, my database developers, who joined 2 or 3 years back, I had shortlisted their names, and now they're not giving me right access to database. When I asked them to provide the access, they said, no, we won't do that because you have a very bad habit of playing with our data. You will create a mess and then we have to sort everything again. And we won't provide you the access to our database. You can just read the things. We'll give you the read access. You generate reports. You play with it in Excel, but we won't allow you to play with our data in the database. So you look at the position of a product owner in the organizations nowadays. Yes, not giving access to a PO. The reason is they are afraid that there will be some information loss. I might make a lot of changes, and those changes may cause a lot of problems. So what is happening here? We are trying to come up with rules and permissions to ensure that data is safe and secure. Permission would help you ensure that there is no information loss, and it will help you ensure that not only you are storing the information, but you have a proper mechanism to even retrieve the right set of information. And when we store the information, everyone, there are few important requirements, attributes to maintain. Can any one of you think about those requirements, attributes that we need to maintain when we store some document in some document repository? Let us suppose I say, let us suppose I say, law has created one BRD and he has to save this in SharePoint. SharePoint is also one of the information management tool, yes. So when law is uploading this document to SharePoint, which all requirement attributes have to be maintained to ensure that whenever you're trying to retrieve the information, it's not that difficult. Versions, yes. What else? There is one short form that you all can learn here as carrot soup. What is carrot soup? Carrot soup is you have to mention about the complexity, author, risk. This is about the authenticity. So there are different requirement attributes. Carrot soup. Let's discuss them in detail with the help of the BABA guide. So let's see what are these requirements attributes. So storage and access, requirements attributes, organization of business analysis information, level of abstraction, plan traceability, and plan for requirements reuse. These are few elements when you plan for business analysis information management. The next question to you all is, what is the level of abstraction, everyone? How do we define level of abstraction? And what exactly level of abstraction signify, everyone? This question is open for you all to answer. Let us suppose I say you create one document D1. Level of abstraction simply means that, let us suppose I say in SharePoint I have one folder as business analysis. Within business analysis, I have one folder as requirements document. I have one folder as sign off emails. I have one folder as manuals, user manuals. Requirements documents. Here I have high level requirements, low level requirements, transition requirements. Yes, and NI has got sign off on BRD. Where you will save this information? You will not save it here. You will not save it here. You will go to this third level of abstraction and you will save it here. Yes or no, everyone? So what is happening here? Level of abstraction helps you understand where in the hierarchy, where in this tree, where in this structure you are going to maintain the requirements. That's the level of abstraction, everyone. I hope everybody is able to understand this point, level of abstraction. You cannot just dump the information in the repository. You have to understand when and where you have to store the information. That's the level of abstraction, everyone.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.